Good evening, everyone. Now is the time for our recognition presentations.
We all going to the well?
So the first recognition is a presentation of a proclamation celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Culver City Symphony.
I'm the conductor. Yeah, I will run this meeting if you'd like. Sure. Well, you're the conductor of this meeting. You know, my pleasure. Yeah. Hi. Pleasure to meet you. Yeah. And we met very briefly last year. Hello, good to see you again.
All right. We'll be reading a commendation for the Culver City Symphony Orchestra. Whereas in the fall of 1964, Westchester Adult School offered a string workshop class with instructor George Barres, a local professional violinist, and whereas on March 1st, 1965, the class gave its first concert as the Westchester String Symphony with 24 string players conducted by Barres, and whereas 5 years later, we have become the Marina del Rey Westchester Symphony, a full symphony orchestra. And whereas since 2000, they have presented a winter season as the Culver City Symphony Orchestra and a summer season as the Marina del Rey Summer Symphony. And whereas on March 1st, 2025, they celebrate the 60th anniversary of their first concert. And whereas their orchestra proudly remains a community-based organization devoted to serving the musical needs of their ever-growing community of families within their family of communities. And whereas their orchestra continues to honor their past by looking towards their future. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Culver City wishes the Culver City Symphony Orchestra a happy 60th anniversary season and encourages the residents of Culver City to enjoy all that this orchestra brings to and shares with Culver City. Dated this 10th day of March 2025, signed by the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all council members.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have the mayor here to hold on to the proclamation while we speak a little bit. Our upcoming concert in just a few weeks, which will commemorate the 60th anniversary. How many of you knew that Culver City had a professional symphony orchestra in its? Yeah, thank you, Mayor. His honor certainly knows. And it's really important for us to share our music with all of you. It does us no good at all to have a wonderful symphony orchestra and play and practice and work on all those beautiful little black and white notes on the paper and then don't have anybody to share it with. I had a teacher once who taught me as a conductor that my most important job is to share the music with our audience. If I had known, John, that we had so many people here, I would have brought the orchestra with us. We have enough room here. Now, as honored as I am to be the conductor of the orchestra, yes, I'm the one that gets to stand up there and wave my arms and jump up and down. And I had a friend said to me one time, if it goes really, really well, then you bow and you thank everybody and you take all the credit. But if there were little problems here and there, then you just point your finger and say, it was them, it was their fault. But as tremendously honored as I am to be the conductor, we would not exist had it not been for this guy's grandfather. We happen to have on our board of directors John Lomanico, who is the grandson of George Barres, the founding conductor, director, organizer of the symphony orchestra. We are very, very fortunate to have John on our board. He is a real doer. I'll hold that now, John, and why don't you say a few words? You're all invited to our concert, by the way. We give free performances at either the Veterans Auditorium, right around the corner, or at the Frost Auditorium, part of the city, the school system, right next door to Culver City Middle School. High school. Well, it's a middle school and a high school all jump together, I think.
I just want to echo what Maestro Mitchell said. We're very, very honored to be members of the Culver City family. And we'd invite you all to come out and see us Sunday, April 6th, 7 p.m. at the Frost Auditorium for the anniversary concert. We'll have some surprises and some beautiful music led by this gentleman. And we'd like to thank the City Council for your time and for your recognition.
And one other little thing, may I say. You know, the next commendation that's coming up, we are very proud to feature a lot of women composers and women conductors have come in as guest conductors of the orchestra and players within the orchestra. So since it's National Women's Month, I guess that's what it's called, we are fully aware of that, and we're always a part of it. We present music by composers who are of Latino descent, female composers, transgender, LGBTQ, Black. I mean, we are absolutely honored to present good music, no matter who has composed it, wherever it came from. So there.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do some pictures.
Pictures, okay. You can't make. I had another teacher that said it takes a very talented conductor to make a good orchestra sound bad. Yeah.
Not a chance.
Yeah, yeah. I'm so glad that you're still part of all of this. Okay. All the best, you guys. Thank you, John, you hold this or I'll lose it.
Thank you. Okay, we have another proclamation. March is Women's History Month, 2025. Whereas, actually, is there any women that would like to come up and be beside us while I read this?
Come
on,
on
ladies.
up.
Come on down. Come on, Sally. All right, I like it. Everyone. Thank you. March is Women's History Month 2025. Whereas National Women's History Month traces its roots to March 8th, 1857, when women from various New York City factories staged a protest over poor working conditions, and the first Women's Day celebration in the United States was in New York City in 1909. And whereas, as we celebrate Women's History Month, we reflect upon advances women have made and celebrate the countless women who have fought tirelessly and courageously for equity, justice, and opportunity throughout the country. And whereas the National Women's History Alliance, which spearheaded the movement for March being declared National Women's History Month, has announced the Women's History theme for 2025, Moving Forward Together, Women Educating Inspiring Generations, and whereas the theme celebrates the collective strength and influence of women who have dedicated their lives to education, mentorship, and leadership. Through their efforts, they have served as an inspiration for all generations, both past and present. And whereas the city of Culver City is fortunate to be a diverse community and strives to be a city that welcomes people of all races and ethnicities, religions and genders, and whereas while there is still work to be done to advance gender equity and equality, let us celebrate the contributions of women throughout our history and honor their stories and recognize that when all women's lives are improved, we all win. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby proclaims the month of March as Women's History Month 2025 and encourages our community to celebrate both recognized trailblazers and unsung heroines who have guided the course of world history and continue to shape its future and commit to advancing rights and opportunities for women and girls in Culver City and around the world. Signed this day, the 10th of March, 2025, by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all the council members. Anyone want to say anything? Anyone want to say anything? Going? Okay. How about our employee?
On behalf of the women in this room and women all over, I think this recognition speaks for itself, but I'm very honored to stand alongside women in all ways at all times.
Thank you. I got a certificate of recognition. I've got it. We doing this here? Oh, we're not doing it here. Okay, great. Can everyone please rise for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Mayor, as we begin, I will let everyone know the time is 7:02, and this is the March 10th regular meeting of the City Council, successor agency to the Culver City Redevelopment Agency Board, the Culver City Parking, Redevelopment Financing, and Culver City Housing Authority Boards. And the time, I think I said, was 6:04.
Okay. I want to confirm, we don't have to do roll again?
Sorry.
We don't need to do roll again? The earlier one was good?
As the city clerk, I note and record for the record that all members are present.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to read the oral statement of land acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is ancestral land of the indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land and its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. Okay. Do we have any updates from staff or any commissions, boards, or committees?
None.
Okay. Going to go around the horn. Vice Mayor Puza asked to go first.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. On March 18th, there'll be the kickoff of the Fox Hills and Hayden Track specific plans open house. Community members can help share the future of these neighborhoods by sharing feedback on initial ideas for the neighborhoods based on the general plan 2045. In honor of Women's History Month, West LA College will be screening the M Factor, Shredding the Science on Menopause. It will happen on March 27th at noon, which will be followed by a panel discussion. Happy Ramadan to all who celebrate. Ramadan is a month-long observation with fasting, prayer, reflection, and community. King Fahad Mosque invited all of the council members to attend the service, but unfortunately it falls on the night that we have a council meeting. Just a quick comment about the work plan meeting last week. While I remain committed to maintaining levels of service, I'm deeply concerned about the exchanges that continue to occur between the city manager and council members, which I consider to be inappropriate. As a city official funded by the taxpayer, the city manager should be able to respectfully and professionally handle questions from members sent to this body by the public regarding city processes and procedures without judgment. While we continue to appreciate the work of all city staff and our city manager, our charter grants the city manager the opportunity to participate in discussions. That participation includes being respectful to all 5 members on the dais, myself included, and vice versa. I'm not interested in dragging this out, and we're not here to pile on tonight, so I'd ask that there's acknowledgement of dialogue adjustment, and we can get back to work on this budget process. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Fish.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, everybody. Happy Women's History Month. Thank you for for being here, and I'm going to continue to honor the continued struggle for gender parity and women's rights in this city and beyond. I was really happy to attend the Walk More, Bike More festivals, and congrats to those honorees. Yolanda Davis Overstreet was honored for her mobility and racial justice work, and a volunteer was also honored for their work as well. We got to experience the Screenland 5K since we last met, which was really a wonderful community event. So congrats to Michael Cohen and all the folks that had a part in that. If you want a great way to stay motivated during a 5K, just dress as Forrest Gump, and people will yell at you, "Run, Forrest, run," the entire run. I also just wanted to uplift the Culver City Your Way virtual town hall, which is, I think, on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. And just make sure to go if you want to share your thoughts about the future of mobility in our city. Thursday. Thank you so much. Thursday. Make sure I get the dates right if I'm going to make announcements. And I also just wanted to share some thoughts I had from the budget work plan presentations, not duplicative of Vice Mayor Puzo, whose comments I appreciate. As many folks are aware, the city is facing a significant deficit this year and an ongoing structural deficit of $6 to $8 million per year. And after 2 days of 7+ hour work plan presentations, Councilmember McMorrin requested that each department had an idea of each department returning with one budget that was 5% lower, one that was 5% higher. And it's a practice used in other cities like Santa Monica. And just a couple days ago, the LA Public Press published a piece that the LA City Administrative Officer has asked each department to conduct a similar exercise. This would give the public, us, you, options to explore how we can best put our limited dollars to work for all of us. I supported her request because over the course of this past year, I've had a lot of conversations about the city budget with residents. Folks wanted to know why it took a while for their trees to get trimmed or for sidewalks to be repaired or for speed bumps to get installed. That's our Public Works Department, which only gets 11% of our city's general fund. Some told me they wanted more affordable housing in the city and to expand the hours of the city's mobile crisis team to ensure that our neighbors get the mental health and housing services they need. That's the Housing and Homelessness Services Department, which just gets 9% of the city's general fund. And others wanted to know why a lot of city buildings like Vets Auditorium hadn't been updated in so long, and they wanted to see improvements to their parks in their neighborhoods. Well, that's Parks and Rec, which only gets 7% of the city's general fund. So we have to depend on a lot of grants to get these projects funded. I personally knocked on 4,000 doors, and the budget came up more often than it didn't. And while I found some differing opinions, of course, on where more money should go, there was a common sentiment that the people of our city should have a say in the process. The request received significant pushback last week on the basis that it would, reduce morale amongst staff, which I completely sympathize with and understand. But we have to, as a city, as a $350 million organization, decide if we're going to critically examine our budget and push to grow as a city. And that's a decision I think all of us should be a part of. The suggestion failed to garner a third vote, so our budget will more than likely be similar to past years. This is the most important document we have. It touches every aspect of our lives, and there's currently no tangible path for the public to have a real substantive impact on it. I believe budgets should be living, breathing documents that respond to the needs of the community. So I was discouraged by that outcome, but I want to thank Councilmember McMorrin for being so consistent in advocating for a better budget process. And I'm going to keep working towards a future where everyone has a voice in how our precious resources are spent. Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Appreciate all the comments. Looking forward to this evening. I wanted to lift up, and a couple of my colleagues have already touched on this. We have 3 Culver City meetings this week, all at 6 p.m. There is a community budget workshop on Wednesday, and where is that? Tuesday, sorry. See, I'm getting the dates messed up. Community Budget Workshop, Tuesday, March 11th in the Rotunda Room at Vets. We are going to have another one, and that one is, the first one tomorrow is in person only. Then Wednesday, March 19th, is in person and live stream, and that will be here in the council chambers. So mark your calendars. Also, the Complete Streets that I can't remember who lifted that up, but Complete Streets workshop is going to be on Wednesday, March 12th, and that kicks off 6 to 8 at Sid Chronothal Park in the Recreation Room, and there's another one on the 19th, 6 to 8, El Marino Park. And the Culver City Bus, CC Your Way, Thursday, 6 o'clock. That one is virtual, so if you Google it at culvercity.org, it'll come up. So please, public engagement is really critical as we continue to move forward. So really would love to have your voices as we continue to do our planning. Ramadan Mubarak for all in Culver City who are observing. I just want to lift up as the only woman serving currently in the First Black Woman. We are women. Are almost 50% of the global population, and if we continue to progress at the same rate, gender equity will take 131 years. As a mom of a daughter, that's unacceptable. So hopefully this Women's History Month, we can continue to commit to accelerate our process to make sure that women's voices are centered and at the table and considered and valued. Also, today is March 10th, which is Harriet Tubman Day, which is observed today to commemorate the anniversary of her passing. You might wonder why it's not her birthday. Enslaved folks did not have their birthdays recorded, so we are acknowledging her life on March 10th, and she was a former enslaved person who fought tirelessly to free other slaves by assisting them and fleeing their captors in the Underground Railroad. So I just want to lift up because she worked to free other human beings. And in 2025, we have the privilege and the hindsight to see the injustices that she fought against, which were legal at the time. And I'm bringing that up to sort of bring the parallels in what's happening in 2025 as we see reproductive justice networks popping up to support women gain access to abortion care, which is absolutely health care. So please support abortion fund networks. We see communities leaning in to support our undocumented neighbors. We see a lot of these red cards. Please make sure our neighbors know your rights information. Our own Congresswoman is doing a lot of work around that, and you can contact her team for more information about that. We see words and phrases like diversity, equity, and inclusion and BIPOC to be stricken from federal use, which is absolutely alarming. And so this reminds me today that the fight for freedom is ongoing. And, it's not easy to do this work. It's not easy to be the only woman sitting up here, the only person of color sitting up here, the only Black woman being up here who often names harm and fights for life-affirming systems. But I want to lift up today that no one has ever escaped their chains by forgetting they were there. So it's why I lift up the past, because the past is often present, and we have to remember we belong to one another. So we need y'all in this fight. There's a lot of causes. We don't have to do everything, but pick something. So for Women's History Month and, all of the remembrances and fights that are happening right now, please pitch in, Culver City neighbors. We need y'all. Thank you so much.
Councilman Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm good right now. I've got a couple of requests at the end of the meeting, though. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna have to rebut some of the comments. I have to stand up for our city manager. He has a complex job, oversees many departments, all of which are led by experts in their field. And as I stated, and it was stated up here that by all my colleagues, we're underserviced. And we're a growing city. We're underserviced and we're a growing city. And in order to continue to grow, we need to not cut vital services. And what I saw from here, it was uncomfortable because the city manager kept saying repeatedly the same answer over and over again when he was challenged. There wasn't yelling, there wasn't bad language. The disrespect, I guess, was disagreeing. And we had a vote, and we're moving on from that. We'll see how the budget goes in a couple months. I just wanted to update some things that it's been a couple weeks. We didn't update the public on what we did over the past couple weeks. So obviously, March 2nd was the 5K. It's an amazing annual citywide event. I love the participation. We had over 3,000 runners and lookers on. You could see it. I couldn't believe I was giving high fives to everyone as they ran by, and it seemed like it took 15 minutes. So that was at the starting line, not at the finish line. So that was amazing. The day before, on March 1st, I participated with the Parks Project, nonprofit, along with Baldwin Hills Scenic Overlook, Parks Crew, and Nature Nexus. All groups that work to improve the trails up there and the ecology. And we did a lot of great work over the course of 3 hours, had about 25 volunteers, and really made one section of the trail a lot safer and improved runoff so that the trail doesn't erode, and it makes the entire hillside better for all, including the fauna and flora there. After that, or in between that, I ran a crossover to Bill Botts throughout the first pitch for Culver City Little League, and then ran back and worked on the trails. So it was good that they were close to one another, and it's always great to see our young athletes out playing, boys and girls. There's over 500 Little Leaguers in Culver City, which is fantastic. And when I mentioned that we're going to be talking about how we're going to improve that space in the coming months, they were, I guess, a lot of applause. They were already standing, so it wasn't a standing ovation for that, but it was great. And then that same day I attended I think all the council members were at the 13th anniversary of Walk and Rollers at the Ivy Station. There were a lot of activation, a lot of fun stuff for the kids, a lot of information for multimodal transportation, and it's just great. They do great work, and I'm really happy for their continued success. And then over the past weekend, I attended the U.S. Mayor's Civic Summit. I attended one in D.C. in January, and then this one was at South by Southwest, so it was focused on technology and how that can better improve our government. Really valuable to meet other mayors from other cities, big cities, small cities. I took in a lot of information. I'm going to be sharing it with our staff, but it's always really valuable to learn from others. And that's all I have. So going to move on to the next phase of our evening, and that will be joint public comment. How many do we have? How many speakers do we have not on the agenda?
We have 11 speakers, and as we are pulling them up, I will read our statement regarding hate speech.
Thank you.
Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons, and we are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. And confirming 2 minutes or 1.5?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call everyone's names so folks can get prepared. First up, we have Todd Terezas, Maria Fontaine, Mara Bomaretto, Marcel Hilliard, Alice H., Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, Melissa Sanders, Dan Moracle, Marta Valdez, Samia Banyo, and Gary Anderson. Our first speaker is Todd Terezas.
Hello?
We can hear you.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Todd Tarazas, and I'm the Executive Director and President of the AI Lake Community. We're a 501c3 nonprofit supporting education, professional development, and innovation around artificial intelligence in Los Angeles for over the last 9 years. I'm requesting the Culver City Council about getting an off-cycle sponsorship for an AI in a Lot event that would take place in the Culver City area around Main Street, May 27th to 30th. This event is the third annual event where we're focusing on upskilling and providing education for below the line and above the line people in the Hollywood in the entertainment media industries. This event is I really want this event to be more like an economic development play for the Culver City area. So think of South by Southwest and how this event can grow within the city every year and really help not only showcase the latest innovations and the creativity of our communities, but also help educate and upskill our workforce for a better tomorrow in the entertainment and media industries. And so my request is to ask for an off-cycle sponsorship for AI on the Lot. I'm just asking for marketing support and would greatly appreciate your city sponsorship.
Can I have you reach out to our economic development manager, Elaine Warner, and request this again at our next meeting?
Yes, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariah Fontaine. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, hello, council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I apologize that I haven't made it to the council chambers as of yet. As a resident and a member of Culver City Residents for Peace, I just wanted to express our thanks for the Tuesday, February 25th ERAC special meeting on courageous conversation regarding the I just wanted to I'm sure Chair Bono is going to share some more, but we had about 100 people participate despite some boycotts in the community. And the overwhelming response was very positive. And towards the end, many shared that they had wished they had more time in the small groups to continue talking. And so I just wanted to express thanks as well as encourage the ERAC committee as well as City Council to perhaps continue the courageous conversations and give more voice to members of the community, especially those who have been feeling unheard and minority populations. So thank you again. I cede my time.
Bomarito?
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and council members. My name is Mara Bomarito, and I am a board member of the Culver City Sister City Committee and the chairperson for the Capo Gerlando Culver City relationship. And I'm here tonight to mention to you that we have a room in our municipal building, the Veterans Building, that has the name of a city that is no longer our sister city, a sister in China. And so I would like to have you consider renaming that room to be the Capo Gerlando room. I also want to mention that this is the centenary year for Capo Gerlando. They were founded in 1925, and it would be a wonderful gift for them to know that we have somewhere in our city named after them. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Can I get 3 nodding heads to send that down to PRCS Commission for discussion?
believe I'm seeing 5 nodding heads. Will do.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcel Hilliard, followed by Alice H.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Marcel Hilliard. I work in an AI and robotics company across the street at WeWork. I've also lived in Culver City for 4 years. My favorite restaurant is You Know Me, has the best hand rolls you must try over here by the steps. I'm here because my company has worked to secure a grant from the National Science Foundation for $280,000 to be used ideally across 2 to 3 cities in Los Angeles to help develop innovative parking enforcement with AI robotics. If it's innovative and actually helps the police department and unlocks another $1.2 million in grants for us, I believe this could be a good fit between our grants and the city to solve budget shortfalls. So I plan to reach out to Chief Sims, is he here? Maybe, I'm not sure, to be able to actually execute and launch this initiative.
Could you meet with City Clerk and get your information? Maybe
Okay.
also our Chief Information Officer I think he's in the room. And then possibly right there in the back of the room. Maybe you can chat with him right now.
Great.
And Public Works as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Check out You Know Me too, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alice H., followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Hi, I am Alice. I'm here as someone who participated in the community conversation on February 25th. I'd like to congratulate the city on what seemed to be an overall positive experience. I appreciated seeing some city council members there and Mayor O'Brien as well. I urge the ERAC committee and the city to continue to host moderated conversations like this that will help to connect the community. Everyone I met there, even if they were on the quote unquote opposing side, they were there in a sincere, open way, at least in my small group. And in the end, we did reach points at which we could agree. I felt like we saw each other, and I saw that some community members really needed this time to let some emotions flow. And I really believe the more that we see each other with the intent to hear one another, the results can only be positive. I know that there was a protest letter where some community members refused to attend because of concerns of, I'm not sure, anti-Semitic comments or something, and I wish they had attended. I think they would have been pleasantly surprised. So if any of you are listening, I urge you to come to the next one. And I encourage the city council to continue to make resolutions and policies in an inclusive manner and to hear what the community members are saying. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Women and unrepresented, females, feminism, gender-based violence, gender diversity, gender identity. These are some of the words that are banned or are disappearing in our federal government, and it is shocking. And so on this celebration of Women's History Month and this weekend celebration of International Women's Day, we are reminded not only this month and on that day that it is important to collectively fight for equality in local, state, and national politics. It's something I do as president of the Heart of LA Democratic Club, which is a feminist democratic club. We must remain committed to ensuring that women and girls have a voice in shaping policies that affect our lives. We must dedicate our lives to advancing gender equality, protecting reproductive rights, and advocating for fair wages. So look around you, look around your lives, and join women as we push for a future where every woman and every girl, regardless of race, class, or background, has the power, rights, and opportunities to thrive. The fight for this equality is far from over, but together we can be unstoppable. Thank you.
Thank you. Your next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Dan Moracle. Ms. Sanders, are you able to hear us in the council chamber?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Just a quick shout out to Yasmin for losing billions of dollars while she's on the LASA board. Very impressive. But mainly I wanted to read into the record UCLA's initiative to combat anti-Semitism. So I'm going to read a little bit of what was sent to everyone at UCLA today. And that is, if I can get my screen to actually work properly, that would be great. So anti-Semitism has no place in our society. Why is this not working? Sorry. I'm going to have to do that and that. Apparently it doesn't want to work, but that's fine. What I want to say is anti-Semitism has a distinct and troubling history characterized by its persistence across time and space, its adaptability to different contexts, and its horrific expression in the Holocaust. Anti-Semitism not only threatens Jewish communities, it also corrodes the bonds of mutual respect that safeguard the dignity and ensure the safety of all members of a society. Addressing anti-Semitism in its unique forms is therefore an essential requirement if we are to make progress towards our broader commitment to combat hatred and injustice in all its manifestations. And I think this is a very important point to make right now, that we are still dealing with a lot of anti-Semitism within the community. The little thing on the 25th, I've heard some people not say it wasn't that bad, and other people get really disturbed. Apparently the ending was quite disturbing. So I think it's important to look at the whole picture when we are trying to do something what we intend to be a good thing for the community. I think we need to look at the overarching potential, also negatives.
Thank you.
And if the proper people are not going to be leading.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Speaker is Dan Moracle, followed by Marta Valdez.
Good evening. My name is Dan Moracle, more commonly known as Jeff's dad. I'm a retired environmental engineer and a Culver City homeowner. I also serve on the Ballona Creek Renaissance Advisory Council. I recently read an article about a study that alarmed me and prompted me to share it with you tonight. The study found that microplastics and nanoplastics, which contain unregulated chemicals linked to dangerous health outcomes, are now in our brain and are accumulating in our bodies over time. You can find a link to this February 17th article on cbsnews.com, then search brain microplastics. When my dad served in World War II, he started smoking. No one told him that it could kill him like it did, even after the manufacturers knew this. It is obvious to me that we are in a similar situation with plastics. The ordinances that other cities around us have passed can be used as a guide and a template for Culver City to be at the forefront of this critical effort to rid ourselves of this plastic addiction and avert future suffering by our children and grandchildren. Like with cigarettes, we are currently just seeing the tip of the iceberg with regard to how plastic in our bodies is affecting our health. My hope is that our future generations will be able to look back at the vision and foresight that we had here in Culver City and be proud that together we were able to implement the 4B's ordinance modifications proposed by BCR. Lastly, I'd like to thank each of the council members for the time and effort you are devoting to the problems with plastics, which, in addition to microplastics in our bodies, includes
Your
polluting
time
the
has
air
expired.
and
Thank
the
you.
water. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marta Valdez, followed by Samia Banya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm here to speak on behalf of getting my sidewalk repaired. And the reason I patiently have been waiting for 3 years to do it. And most recently, the last 2 weeks, there's been 3 injuries. The last one was on Sunday where a video was sent to me of a senior citizen tripping, falling, and hitting her head on the rock. Her husband came, took her to the ER to rule out a subdural hematoma. She's got bruises, she's got wrist injuries, and rib injuries. This is a high traffic, can we show this is going northbound, and you can see it's elevated. Now the other side, you can see the dirt under the slab, and during Halloween, we have high traffic. So what I did is I put red tape, yellow tape, to alert everybody that there is a height. This is on the other side going southbound. This is where a lot of people, even a little girl that was riding her scooter, she tripped and flipped. I don't know what it's gonna take. If you need me to pay for it, give me the estimate and I'll pay for it. I've written Dimitri several times. This was last year when I wrote to him and I've kind of given up. I've alerted my neighborhood association to it, and they said that they've alerted them as well. Tell me what I need to do and I'll do it.
Mr. Dimitri's right there. You can sit next to him and chat with him. Go ahead and chat with him.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Samia Banyo, followed by Gary Anderson.
Oh, hi everyone. This is Samia Bano. I'm a member of ERAC, but today I'm speaking just on my own behalf. I wanted to share a friendly reminder that the Culver City's Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee has created the Equity and Human Relations Award to honor individuals for their contributions to equity and human relations in Culver City. Recipients are individuals who have embodied inclusiveness, altruism, and giving through volunteerism and public service to make Culver City a better place for all people to live. Each award recipient is honored with a medallion by the Culver City Council during a council meeting in late spring. The deadline for submissions is March 31st, so please do nominate any worthy individuals in the community. All details can be found by going to the Culver City website and just type in the search bar Equity and Human Relation Awards. Thank you so much. Oh, and also thanks for the Ramadan wishes. I'm not there in person today because I've been fasting for Ramadan, and this coincides with our fast breaking and prayer times. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Gary Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm with the SBA. I'm the Public Information Officer, And with the Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience, I just wanted to let the council members know that we have extended the time frame for people to file for assistance for the disasters, for the fires, whether it's business, nonprofits, homeowners, or renters, so that if they need to file, they can do so by the 31st. And it was the 10th. Now it is the 31st. So if you know anyone that can benefit from our program, please let them know. We do offer low-interest loans to help them out. And for that, there's no payments or interest for an entire year, whether it's business or homeowner or renter. The other thing I'd like to say is that the SBA does not send you emails unless it has gov at the end of it. So we have had people saying about fraud. We will not email you unless you see gov at the end of an email. It is government generated. It will not be from private individuals. Another thing is that we will not call you and ask you for your information. We have that information if you applied. So we would like to try to help everyone out in the community however we can, whether we're helping you out with getting the finances you need to get back on track or protecting you from someone using your property to file a false claim when it's not you doing it, or trying to get your information by phishing for you to give them information that does not belong to them. So if you could please advise anyone that might be in that situation or find themselves in that situation, please report it. Because we're here to protect the community and here to help serve the community and watch the community recover from all these disasters. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Anderson, can you give out your email, your contact info, so people who are listening can have it?
Yes, I can. And I did bring some flyers by too, just for fire victims and things. I'll give it here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as further information, we also have on our fire resources on the website, the SBA is listed as well, and that information is going to be updated with the new information.
Yeah, because we're just finding people taking advantage of people. We want to stop it.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, great. Thank you. May I have a motion to receive and file correspondence?
Can we do a voice motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin and a second by Councilmember Vera. To receive and file the correspondence. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes 5 ayes.
Thank you. And to my colleagues, if there's no opposition, I think A5 is a quick item, and staff, I would prefer if they didn't have to stick around that long for that one. It's about the policy update. I'd like to move that before A1.
Okay, we will move A5 before A1, and I also wanted to let the council know that the consent calendar item C7 was already heard at the January 27th City Council meeting and approved. So we do not have to consider that this evening.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any comments on consent item?
We have none.
Okay, thank you. Council members, is there anything you want to pull? Councilmember Fish.
C8, thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Nothing.
Vice Mayor? No. Okay, only C8.
Shall we go with C8 first?
Yeah.
Just a presentation would be great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Mike Bruckner, Assistant City Manager. The item before you tonight is a request to amend an existing professional service agreement with Good Guard, Inc. As the council is aware, earlier this year, the city entered into a 3-year agreement with Good Guard for security guard services at City Hall and various other city facilities. After the contract was awarded, the city elected to have additional security services for city council meetings, as well as additional security protocols for Fiesta La Bayona, which were unplanned and unbudgeted events. So this amendment adds the additional scope to that contract. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And can you, and we've talked a little bit about this, but can you, for the public, tell us what the $115-ish thousand is in addition to, or what it provides?
So the $115,000 is spread over the term of the contract, the 3-year term of the contract. So it's actually approximately $35,000 to $40,000 per year. There's a 4% cost inflator for each successive year. The $35,000, a portion of it is for security guard services here at City Hall for city council meetings, and the other portion is for security guard services at Fiesta La Bayona.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. And yeah, I pulled this item just because I've received feedback from community members about Fiesta, specifically about the amount of security that was there. And I really appreciate the effort to, to have a safe space at Fiesta. We all want to feel safe at Fiesta La Bayona, including here in Chambers. There was even an article written about this in the Culver City Crossroads by someone saying it felt just like an overkill, like a significant amount of police presence to the point that it didn't feel safe to them anymore. And I just wanted to understand if the 115, if there was an opportunity to just maintain the same safe levels that we're enjoying here in council chambers that we've always enjoyed even before the added security was added and if this contract would really add something that we needed, or if this contract, if we didn't, like what would happen if we did not actually approve this contract tonight? This additional 150,000. Would there be like one additional person lost, or what would be the impact?
We would probably have to go back and evaluate that. The likely scenario would be we'd have to scale back security guard services at special events or at these meetings. It was our first year having security at an event like Fiesta. In addition to security, we also added additional fencing. So, we may have overplanned in trying to provide a secure perimeter and a secure event for the community. There are certainly some lessons learned there, and we can try to tailor that for successive events down the road.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the focus on security. I know this is $650-ish thousand a year, so I just wanted to flag it as I've received this feedback, and happy to, if any of my colleagues have any other comments about it, I'll let them speak on that. Thank you.
I have a quick question. Thank you for the overview. Do we know how many security guards are typically staffed for our council meetings, and how many were at Fiesta last year?
I don't recall the specific numbers for Fiesta last year. I'd have to defer to Parks for that. I know we were probably somewhere in the 20 to 25 range for the event. Typically at city council meetings, we have a staff of 4.
Okay. And we typically have a CCPD officer that's also in chambers, right?
Typically, yes.
Okay. So when I say typically, always, right? Because I rarely don't see a CCPD officer in chambers when we have meetings.
There's usually one here, yes.
Okay. And that's normal for, where's the policy that says that that's the rule, or that's a rule, or it's just a matter of course? It's been the practice since I've been on council, so I don't know.
It's been the practice since I've been here as well.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, those were my 2 questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, just one question. Do my colleagues want to remove security altogether? If so, we can do a nodding head on it now. I mean, I understand where your concerns are in terms of money, but do you want to get rid of security altogether here and?
That wasn't suggested. I'm fine with keeping the item in. I just wanted to flag it because I've received some comments and wanted to hear what my colleagues had to say.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, sir.
I'd be open to, in the future, maybe after the following year, see how, I did feel it was a little much at Fiesta, so let's see how we do this year with maybe more judicious use and possibly revisit this.
I'm ready for a motion for the entire consent calendar minus C7. We have a motion by Councilmember Vera. Waiting for a second. We have a second by Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously. We are moving on to A5.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The item before you tonight is a recommendation from staff and the Ad Hoc City Council Policies Subcommittee to adopt a resolution amending Council Policy Statement number 3405, titled Public Notification and Community Engagement. The Ad Hoc City Council Policies Subcommittee is made up of Councilmember Fish and Councilmember Vera. The proposed amendments to the Public Notification and Community Engagement Policy include referring to Municipal Code Chapter 17.625 to establish the number of required community meetings. As a reminder, during last year's zoning code update, the City Council adopted a requirement of 2 community meetings for development projects. The proposed amendments also include eliminating the postal mail interest lists, adding a requirement that developers translate required development-related notices into Spanish, and changing the method used to determine the radius for required development-related mailings. During the subcommittee's discussion, the members discussed the number of required community meetings and the method of determining the radius for mailing notices of development projects. The members' suggestions are discussed in the staff report, and I'll defer to the subcommittee members if they want to raise the suggestions during council deliberations. That concludes my presentation. Planning and Development Director Mark Munzer and I are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? 2 public comments? Let's hear those first.
We have 2 speakers.
Michael Copey and Bill Beck. So our first speaker is Michael Copey with 1 minute seated by Noriko Ueda. Not seeing them in chambers or online. Our next speaker is Bill Beck with 1 minute seated by Wayne Seidel. Not seeing them in chambers or online.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from colleagues? I'm sorry.
No questions. Just a comment that Councilmember Vera and myself and city staff worked on this, and I feel good about the changes made. There was a discussion about meeting requirements, but this document just says that it should match the municipal code, that council policy should match the municipal code. So I feel like that was agreed upon, and these feel like very routine changes that just make things more consistent.
And then also in terms of notification radius to maybe give the authority to the department head to extend the radius of notification from to 1,500 or whatever deemed appropriate for the size of the development coming up.
Yeah, so the way I understood, that's a good question for staff. The way I understood the new version was just that it gave the department head the jurisdiction to extend it to the end of the block if the department head decides to do so. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The current version of the policy mandates that it be extended to the end of the block. The proposed changes will leave it in the department head's discretion as to whether to extend the radius.
That's good with me.
That's fine.
Any other questions from anyone?
Make a motion.
I do have one quick question. We gave direction to consider adding in the ordinance an additional community meeting in the Spanish language. That's going to match ultimately, right? Because the policy is going to match whatever the code is. Yeah.
Good evening, Mark Munzer, Planning and Development Director. So if you approve this, the policy would now, the council policy would now match the requirement in the zoning code. And that presently states 2 community meetings for both residential and non-residential projects, along with the new requirement to have it also be in Spanish.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, sir? Is there wiggle room in terms of, as we discuss affordable projects moving forward, maybe wiggle room to reduce the amount of meetings for like pure affordable projects or developments coming forward, or is that codified in the 2 across the board?
I'll defer to the city attorney, but I believe since it's codified that the 2 would apply if at a future date we wanted to change the code and note some comments around affordable housing and that they would not have the same requirement. We'd have to bring back the code amendment.
All right, because I know we had discussed that earlier in our joint meeting with the Committee on Homelessness, and that was one of the suggestions maybe. And I don't know if we can, maybe we'll hear their recommendation and come back and then maybe bring this back forward, or what's the best path?
Sure. I did listen to that meeting today, and I noted that comment, so we're happy to consider it in the future.
And just to add to that, Councilmember, because I'm interested in that as well, in the item that we got 3 nodding heads for, I think last meeting or 2 meetings ago, it was about 100% affordable developments and what we can do to incentivize them. One of the points was community meeting requirements, so would love to discuss that with you too. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we need more discretion or direction, or can we make a motion to approve?
I have a question. Councilmember Fisher says in the staff report that you would support an amendment to require 1 community meeting. Is that consistent with what would be before us this evening, or is it 2?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So this document makes them consistent. I would be in favor of, as the staff report says, reducing the community meeting requirement. But that would be if we were to re-examine the council policy, right? Not the council policy, the municipal code that is referenced in the council policy. So if
Correct.
that were to, I would be in favor of that coming back to council, only because we're in a severe housing crisis, and a lot of the processes we're having to re-examine just to make sure that we're allowing projects to pencil and then to actually get developed. So if that's something that is staff bringing forth that, have any plans to bring forth that policy for us to take a look at in the future?
Well, we do have, and I believe it's the next Planning Commission meeting, they are going to be considering some amendments to the city zoning code, so we could flag that, if you will, and get their input as to the current 2 meeting requirement, and then we'd have to, go from there. I don't know if it's one of those things that I'm assuming that maybe they'd be supportive of it, but I'd prefer to take it to them first and follow that zoning code amendment process.
That sounds good to me. What do you think?
I'm fine with that. Director Munzer, do you need 3 nodding heads for that, or what do you need to move that forward?
I'm going to need to defer.
It would be helpful to get 3 nodding heads to consider the community meetings, or potentially reducing the number of community meetings. And then, as Director Munzer said, he could raise it with the Planning Commission, and we could bring it back to the council with the zoning code cleanup item that the Planning Commission is considering.
But to be clear, it would, thanks, Christina, it would be one, the request I'm receiving is one for, sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, just a second. I just want to acknowledge the residents in two different areas, in both Fox Hills and in the Sawtell area. They were asking for more. So if there could just be a discussion about that, up or down, plus or minus one, either way.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So staff has what they need, or what?
And did we see 3 nodding heads?
I'm open to that.
I'm sorry?
I'm open to that.
Okay, great. Nodding heads?
Yes, council member, we did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we see if the earlier callers might have come online?
I'm looking for Michael Copey or Bill Beck. And not seeing either speaker online.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Then I need it looks like we have a motion. A second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Councilmember Fish to adopt the resolution amending Council Policy Statement Number 3405, Public Notification and Community Engagement. Please vote. All members have voted. This passes unanimously.
Okay. Thank you. Good night.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Jesse Mays, Assistant City Manager. I understand that Community Corps of Santa Monica has a presentation, and I just wanted to see and check signals with the mayor as to whether or not he wants us to go first or CCSM.
CCSM can go first if they like.
We have a PowerPoint. I don't know if you're able to pull that up. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Tara Borauskas, the Executive Director of Community Corp. I want to first off thank you all for considering this item and pushing it off from the last meeting so we had more time to clarify some points and answer some questions. So just to reiterate, this is a 95-unit affordable housing development in partnership with Culver Palms United Methodist Church. 93 of the units will be affordable housing. And if you could go to the next slide, we wanted to share the breakdown of the different AMI levels because we feel that that's an important point for everyone to recognize, which is that 72% of all of the units at Jubilo Village will be for extremely low and very low income families. And that's important, especially in light of the fact that some of the pipeline projects that have been referred to may not be hitting those extremely low income target levels. So the next thing we wanted to point out is our roadmap. So we've appreciated thus far our work that we've been doing with the staff, including Ms. Barnes, Mr. Nakbar, and Mr. Mays regarding this project. And one of the things we talked about is, this obviously unfortunate situation with a $16 million shortfall. and the fact that we want to work together to try to figure out how to solve this issue. So we talked about what's called a roadmap, which means things that Community Corp will be doing as well as things that the city would be doing. And together, working on all these different strategies would be able to overcome this shortfall. So we wanted to clarify in some of the information in the staff report, one of which is all of these different funding sources that you see here are all actual and real funding sources that can be applied for this project to help overcome the shortfall. Some of them have already been applied for, including the County of LA funding. So that was submitted last week for 42 vouchers and $8 million. So what we wanted to do is provide this more detailed information along with the likelihood of being able to receive these funds. So for the county funds, for example, we believe there's a 25 to 30% chance of getting the funds. We also applied for Section 811 funds, which was submitted last week. That would be 23 vouchers or the equivalent of $11 million, and we believe there's a 50% chance of that. There's also the HCD Home Key Plus project funding, which will be due in a few weeks. That's $19 million, and we believe there's a 60% chance of getting those funds. Then there's going to be a big supernova. The funding just came out from the state of California. That would be awarded in August, and we could request up to $20 million. There's a 25% chance that is a statewide competition. There is also the AHP program, which is $2 million, and we believe there's a 70% chance we can apply for that multiple times during the course of the project. Then there would be $2 million that we could get from the Department of Developmental Services. We've actually gotten this money before. It serves people with developmental disabilities, which we believe would be compatible with this project and all the people who will be living here. And that one has an 80% chance. That is more of a non-competitive process. So in looking at all these different funding sources we've identified, we would give sort of a weighted average of about $9.6 million that we believe we can get from other funding sources out of the gap of $16 million. So if you could go to the next slide, we wanted to clarify what our request is, which is, we are asking the city to approve a $16 million residual receipts loan, of which $4 million we would need at the construction loan closing, which actually would be July or August of this year. And so what we were thinking might be a more expeditious path forward is to include that in the upcoming fiscal year 25-26 budget, because that's all that's needed in order to start construction. And then we would ask for the $16 million, the full commitment to be made now, $4 million to be dispersed at construction loan closing, and the remaining $12 million to be dispersed at construction completion. So we wanted to be clear on our request there. It would be a loan, and the loan would be repaid over time. The staff report does indicate that they don't believe that there would be funds repaid. What I will say is we've been working on affordable housing projects in Santa Monica for over 40 years, and we've paid residual receipts every single year. Now, city loans and affordable housing trust funds aren't necessarily structured as hard payments like mortgages, where the full amount is expected to be repaid over time, but you can anticipate that some would be repaid from this project. And our current anticipated amount is $13.6 million. So what we want to share is that additional clarifying information. Obviously, we are still going to continue to apply for all these funding sources should the city commit the funding tonight so that we can keep our tax credits and move this project forward to construction. We also wanted to clarify a couple things that we feel that this would meet the reasonableness test. We looked at the Tilden Terrace project, which the city had funded back in 2013, which was 33 units. And that one was given, over 50% of the project cost was given by the city in a loan, and this would be less than 30%. The only other project since 2008 that the city has built in terms of affordable housing, besides Tilden Terrace's project Home Key, which was 35 PSH units. So again, 95 units is a big deal for Culver City, and we hope that you will consider supporting the project. The last point I want to make is about our project budget, and there were some speculations about tariffs or other things that could possibly go wrong. And I will say, we don't know what's going to happen. The tariffs could be here, they could not be here. We couldn't possibly try to speculate those things. But what we did do is we put in quite a significant contingency in our budget. So we have 3 different contingencies: $475,000, which would be for operating reserves. So that's during the operational part of the project when it's just, operating over a long period of time. $2 million in hard cost contingency, along with $4 million, which we're calling an escalation contingency, which means whatever may happen from here until we start construction and the construction contract is signed and starts. So it could be for any unforeseen things that may happen. What's great about that is that it's already built into the budget. We wouldn't need to ask for any more money. Should we not use it, we can pay down the city loan. So we feel that there is close to $8 million just in contingency in the current project budget, so we feel that is more than ample. So the only thing I would say we could do more to hedge against these potential perceived threats that could come from different areas is to sign the AHAP, which is the Section 8 contract. It comes in 2 parts. There's an AHAP and a HAP. The AHAP is signed at construction loan closing. So we suggest doing that as soon as possible to preserve that as a contract. And then the HAP is only signed at construction completion when people are ready to move in. So those are all of our clarifying points we wanted to make. Again, we really appreciate all your time and consideration, and we have our whole team here available to answer any questions you might have.
I think we'll probably do questions after.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so city staff report, please.
Good evening again. I'm Jesse Mays, Assistant City Manager, and I'm joined by Housing and Human Services Director, Tevis Barnes. The city's Chief Financial Officer, Lisa Soger, is also in the audience to answer any questions if necessary. Also here tonight to answer questions is Tim Bretz, Senior Principal at Kaiser Marston Associates, KMA, who is the city's affordable housing consultant, and they've been helping out staff on this project. KMA is a real estate advisory firm with over 50 years of experience in public-private partnerships and affordable housing policy. The City Council discussed this item at the February 24th City Council meeting, and at the request of Community Corps, the City Council deferred taking action on this item until today. The staff report for this item addresses some of the points of consideration for City Council as it considers this item. I will highlight some of the key points. As Tara mentioned, KMA's analysis of the project's finances, which were provided by Community Corps, show that based on the project's current finances, the city's loan would not be repaid. For that reason, we've encouraged the City Council to consider the $16 million to be a grant. The $16 million would bring the city's total project contribution to $36 million. According to the city's financial consultant, it is rare for a city to provide more than $10 million in cash financial assistance to an affordable housing project. Generally, cities award between $3 million and $8 million to affordable housing projects. For an example, the Los Angeles County Development Authority, in their most recent Notice of Funding Availability, limits their financial assistance to no more than $10 million per project. They are a $1 billion organization, and they limit their grants to $10 million per project. As Tara mentioned, staff has been assisting Community Corps in applying for various funding sources, and we're happy and excited to do so. I don't want to be a downer, but according to KMA, all of the sources of additional financing that the developer has proposed, and which you saw up on the screen earlier, are extremely competitive, and we need to be clear-eyed about that. There isn't really a way to put a percentage on our expectations of getting any particular grant such as these, because they are competitive, and it really depends on who our competition is. There's no way to know that except we know that these tend to be competitive. And so we recommend that you not consider or make this decision believing that we are going to get any of these grants. In fact, Kaiser Marston always recommends to its clients not to count on competitive grants when considering the finances of a project like this. Community Corps is requesting $4 million from the city to be paid during the pre-development period. At least that was our understanding until now. Maybe I saw Tara said at construction close, so I'm not sure if that's at construction, after construction close or before. But to date, they have requested the $4 million paid during the pre-development period before it's secured the construction loan. Of that $4 million, $1.3 million is Community Corps' developer fee. According to Kaiser Marston, for most affordable housing projects, but tax credit projects in particular, the developer receives a developer fee only after the project has started construction. You should also know that $1.75 million of the city's $4 million would go towards paying off Community Corps' pre-construction loan. This loan has been used to pay for expenses incurred already. Typically, pre-construction loan balances are paid off with other financing sources, such as the construction loan at the construction loan closing, not with a cash grant or loan. The construction cost estimates are based on soft general contractor bids estimated from the 50% architectural drawing set. The developer is currently working with the general contractor to update the construction cost estimates based on the 75% architectural drawing set. However, it's important to note that according to Kaiser Marston, construction costs are currently experiencing extreme volatility, which will likely continue for the next several years. In particular, the recent wildfires and any imposition of tariffs on construction materials will likely put upward pressure on both labor and material costs. As such, there is considerable risk that the project's construction costs may increase above the amounts currently assumed in the developer's pro forma, including the contingencies which were developed before the wildfires and before the tariffs were contemplated. There is serious uncertainty about the future of the Housing and Urban Development Department's Housing Choice Voucher Program under the new federal administration. In fact, we've recently seen Los Angeles County Housing Agency stop processing new Section 8 housing recipient applications because they're concerned that their federal grants will be able to cover their existing clients. Jubilo Village relies on revenues from this program for the project to work financially. If there is a shortfall in the revenue expected from this program, which amounts to almost $900,000 a year in operating revenues for Jubilo Village, the city could be asked to cover the shortfall. Comparisons have been made between this project and Tilden Terrace. We made that comparison in the staff report in order to sort of emphasize the point that residual receipts loans can often not result in repayment, and in fact, in the city's case, frequently not result in repayment. But it's important to note that the city, for Tilden Terrace, used redevelopment funds that could only be used for affordable housing, not city general funds. Unfortunately, post-redevelopment, we do not have access to those funds like we used to, and comparison between the financing of that project and the financing of this project is not apples to apples. If the city makes an additional $16 million financial investment in this development, increasing its commitment to $36 million, the city may face pressure to remain the financial backstop for this project throughout its lifespan. There is no guarantee that the project's tenants will be Culver City residents or come from Outward Bound House or Project Home Key. In fact, you may remember that in 2022, Community Corps requested that the city remove a requirement for preference for Culver City residents from the city's loan commitment letter. The City Council approved removal of this requirement, which means that Community Corps does not need to give preference to Culver City residents for this project. And that was done in order to make us eligible for additional funding sources, including some of the ones you saw up there on the screen. That concludes my staff report, and staff and our consultant is available to answer any questions.
Thank you. How many public comments do we have?
21,
Okay.
22.
Can we go ahead and do those and then 90 seconds?
Our first 10 speakers are Joanna Gullick, Johan Dodge, Jamie Wallace, Stephen Jones, Michelle Weiner, Chris Grossman, Lisa Lindgren, Francesca Namala with 1 minute seated by Solomon Namala, Kelly Estes, and Ken Kenji. Our first speaker is Joanna Gullick.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien and members of the City Council. As a longtime resident of Culver City and a member of Culver City for More Homes, I'm speaking tonight in strong support of a loan for Jubilo Village. This loan of $16 million is needed due to the city's housing authority revoking a commitment letter provided to CCSM for 93 Section 8 project-based vouchers in the spring of 2024. There is urgency to solve this shortfall. If a solution isn't found, the developer will need to return the tax credits, which are highly competitive in getting, and I doubt we'd get another one, and that would be devastating to the project and to the developer. CCSM has applied, as mentioned earlier by the Executive Director, Ms. Barakas, that for those 6 state and county funding agencies. I would disagree with KMA, and I've been doing this business for 35 years. I'm retired 6. But I called around today and I looked at and I asked everyone who's still in the business, and all of those sources, I think those percentages are very accurate in terms of a possibility of getting them. The city budget projection attached to the staff report show that there is a viable path to provide financing for Jubilo, even if the additional financing from CCSM that they're applying for is not allocated. The city's 30% reserve requirement
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think our next speaker is Johan Dodge, followed by Jamie Wallace.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council, or some of you. I come to you tonight as the pastor of Culver Palms United Methodist Church, an open and inclusive, welcoming congregation that has for years opened our doors to the larger Culver City community. As I was preparing these words for you tonight, fear kept coming to mind. I was with you virtually at the last meeting 2 weeks ago, and we were told to be afraid. As we look at the world around us, there are good reasons to give in to that fear. But fear is what they want, and you know who they are. Fear is what they want, and I am here tonight to say, do not give in to that fear. Now, I was subjected to 4 years of Latin in high school, so Dentis fortuna juvat, fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors the bold. Now, I don't know if it has been fear that has, for decades, kept the city from using the monies from the state to build affordable housing, but fortune favors the bold, and this is no time to give in to fear. No time to be afraid. I encourage you to look with clear eyes at what is being asked of you, a $4 million loan by July 31st, this budget year. Thank you for your time.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie Wallace, followed by Stephen Jones. Not seeing them online or in chamber. Our next speaker is Stephen Jones, followed by Michelle Weiner.
Hi, thank you. I sit on the Planning Commission, but I'm here speaking in my personal capacity. On the Planning Commission, we're doing everything we can to make sure that when market rate developers build their housing complexes, they have to include affordable units. And you'll see a lot of those affordable units in our pipeline. But I think if you're looking at where is the city going to get the affordable housing that we need, if you're betting on those units, then you're going to come up short, because those units are not going to give us the housing we need. We don't have enough units in our pipeline to make the affordable units, and I don't think that we're going to get all those units that are in our pipeline right now, even with everything that we're doing. And if we do get them, it's not going to be probably until after the current 8-year RENA cycle. So what we're looking at here tonight is instead, I think, a much better bet, which is an affordable housing developer who's been doing this for decades, who's built many projects and operates many projects, knows how to get this done. It's shovel ready. I've been on the Planning Commission for 3 years, and none of the projects we've approved have finished yet. This is ready to go. It's going to start construction, and you're going to have these units online fast. This is what needs to be done. This is a good bet for Culver City. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Weiner, followed by Chris Grossman.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor, and Council. Jubilo Village is such an important development, and we cannot afford to turn our backs on ensuring that it breaks ground. I have such gratitude for Santa Monica Community Corps and the Culver City Palms United Methodist Church for their admirable ethical leadership and their fortitude during the years of planning, community meetings, and more. We as a city have a responsibility and obligation to build affordable housing for families with low income and very low income that this project will serve. We must not continue to push the desperately needed housing to another council. We are depending on you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, and in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, the time is always ripe to do right.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Grossman, followed by Disa Lindgren. Chris Grossman, if you're online, please reach out to me. Our next speaker is Disa Lindgren, followed by Francesca Namala.
Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and council members, you may be thinking the city doesn't have the resources to provide a $16 million loan to build Jubilo Village, even though you, previous council members, and city staff have put significant time and energy into this project. It's not the right time. We have a deficit, and it's not financially responsible. Someone else needs to do it. In response to this point, it's important for you to hear there is no somebody else to step up and save Jubilo Village. You have the solution in your hands. As we learned during the mid-year budget report, as we saw in several of the projections in the staff report for this agenda item, Culver City does have very robust reserves that can be tapped, and there are ways to add revenue. Our city has declared an emergency on homelessness that we have successfully begun to address with services and temporary shelter, but we have no new permanent housing to actually end homelessness, which is key to addressing our responsibility. There are multiple ways our city can create a budget during the next 2 fiscal years to address our deficit and still fill the funding gap Jubilo Village is faced with. The fable called Stone Soup reminds me of Culver City and what you as council members can do when you vote to provide funding for Jubilo Village tonight. Almost 3/4 of the funding this project needs has been contributed by other sources. I hope you will choose to be both compassionate and responsible and do what is required to save
Your time
Jubilo
has
Village
expired.
tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Francesca Namala with 1 minute seated by Solomon Namala, followed by Kelly Estes.
Hello, I'm Francesca Namala, and I was born and raised in Culver City, and I love Culver City. I mean, we have the most beautiful neighborhoods ever with such beautiful trees. I went to an incredible school, Culver City High School, where the teachers and staff care so much about creating a space where you can learn and grow and like really love yourself for who you are and explore stuff that you actually care about. But not a lot of people live in Culver City, or not a lot of diverse people anymore, because it's become so inaccessible to lower income and even middle income communities. So affordable housing is critical to creating a space for Culver City to have a diverse set of minds and students and youth and children. But we need to prioritize affordable housing if we want to do that. And this project is going to be creating spaces for low and extremely low income residents. And that means people whose alternative to this could very well be homelessness. And if it's not homelessness, it's not so nice neighborhoods, maybe a tree every 5 blocks if they're lucky, and possibly underfunded schools, potentially dangerous communities and influences. I mean, it's not fair that people can grow up in a space where they don't feel loved and they don't feel like they deserve to be loved because they don't even know how to breathe in clean air because they think it's a privilege to live near nice trees. So I think that if we want to create a community where we can recognize the fact that we're lovable, that means also creating a community where you can have access to trees and great schools, even if you don't have 2 6-figure plus incomes. You know, I mean, this is just about love at the end of the day. And I think that don't we want people to feel loved? And how are you supposed to feel loved when you're not even allowed to live in a city unless you have X amount of money? And right now, Culver City is becoming one of those cities because I know my family very well could never buy a house in Culver City if we were moving in right now. Because it's so expensive. I mean, we're not even, like, come on now. It's expensive. I paid like $20 for like a bowl of rice and beans the other day. So we gotta prioritize affordable housing because we need more people to feel loved. And you shouldn't have to have $1 million to feel loved and to feel like you deserve access to trees and nice neighborhoods and good schools. So
Your
yeah.
time has
Do I have 1 more
expired.
minute though?
Thank you.
Your time is expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Estes, followed by Ken Kenji.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. It's actually very simple, but very hard. At this time, Culver City simply cannot afford that kind of investment. This is where, it's time for the grown-ups to come in and make responsible choices. And in light of the unknown of what this current administration is going to do and money that probably will be lost in vouchers and grants and whatnot to individual cities and the state. So if this is putting the city is in a budget deficit, and that budget deficit is likely to continue for the next, I hate to say it, like 3.5 years we have left of this guy. It's just not the time for the city to commit. The city council does have a responsibility to the 40,000 or so residents, and that is to public safety and improving the city and keeping it up. We cannot afford to throw money away again. Although this was a good project a few years ago, it no longer doesn't pencil out. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Kinkanji, and I'm speaking as chair of the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness. I spoke to you earlier during our meeting, and I'd like to reiterate some points so I can have my fellow residents hear our reason for recommending this particular project. We became aware that a lot of our folks who work in City Hall and our first responders cannot afford to live in Culver City. If we were to find ourselves in the midst of a conflagration such as that afflicted Pacific Palisades or Altadena 2 months ago, and our first responders have to come in, driving all the way from Ventura County or elsewhere, we'll be in a major pickle. We'll be up a creek without a paddle. So we would, at least as chair, I'd like to recommend that we consider following the advice of your staff in deploying 42 of the project-based vouchers, as well as establishing a housing trust fund, much in the way that the city of Santa Monica deployed their or set up their housing trust fund, so that they were able to convert an $8.3 million acquisition pre-development loan into an
expired. Thank you.
$11.7 construction permanent supportive housing development with the help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speakers are Crystal Alexander with 1 minute seated by Leslie Ostrin, Janine Wisnowski-Stalen, Melissa Sanders, Ken Palmer, Janae Lennox, Amy Anderson, Renee Buchanan, Kenny Stevenson, Richard Burns, Mark Bauer, and T. Newson. Our next speaker is Crystal Alexander with 1 minute seated by Leslie Ostrin, followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Good evening. When the well is dry, we know the worth of water, which is a quote by Benjamin Franklin. Many cities realize the importance of financial reserves only when they are gone. Culver City would be rushing, not tiptoeing towards a financial cliff by approving this loan. I beseech you, remember what CFO Soger outlined about the budget deficit. Also recall what the financial consultants told you, quote, none of these scenarios suggest that the city can provide the $16 million from the general fund without a significant negative impact to the city's fiscal position. We must treat this loan like the grant, meaning the giveaway that it is. Just say no. Now ask yourself 2 questions. 1, if this project was financially sound, why can't it secure funding elsewhere? 2, housing programs run by outside entities are proving to be unaccountable. Can Councilmember McMorran, who is an LA Homeless Services Authority Commissioner, enlighten us on accountability standards that would be put in place prior to voting on this item? If this cannot or will not be done, this is a huge red flag. Culver City needs its financial reserves for about 7 different things, which I can't even list in the whole time that I have here. Just a few: emergency preparedness, avoiding service disruptions, cash flow management, legal and policy compliance. If risky financial decisions plunge Culver City near bankruptcy, there will be a lot less of services for all 40,000 of us: fewer firefighters, further decay of our parks, worsening streets and sidewalks. All of that and more is staring us in the face if we don't act prudently today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, followed by Melissa Sanders.
As a reminder that our city needs a lobby registry today. Thank you. Please agendize it. We need affordable housing. We can't afford this project, however. We can't afford it in 20 years or 56 years. The city's already running a deficit. We're being asked to commit $36 million with no guarantee that the people in our community who already pay the highest taxes in the region won't be forced to cover even more costs if it goes over budget or if revenues fall short. We need the money in our coffers to support essential services that we all depend on. I have questions. The deadline has already been pushed twice, from March 5th to March 10th. If the timeline keeps changing, how can we trust the numbers? And once we've sunk millions into this, will we be under pressure to keep bailing it out? That's an unacceptable risk. And how does the applicant determine their probabilities of funding, and how much is the developer getting, and how much goes to the church and from the church? This appeals to our better natures, but the actual cost with no guarantee of payment is $36 million, not $16 million. We need fiscal responsibility, and the project is a gift we cannot afford. We need affordable housing, but that's beside the point. And speaking of bailouts, which this is, if we want to make a real difference in the lives of people in our community, maybe we should look at bailing out the school district instead of developers. For just $3.5 million, we could afford laying off teachers and any school staff that's being let go because of poor financial management from the prior school board. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Ken Palmer.
Good evening again. Ditto to Crystal, ditto to Janine, and Jesse, I hear you. I'm going to speak to you as a parent in this lovely city. The fact that our current school board overspent $23 million in the past couple of years and are now, we're basically going to be taken over by LACO any minute now. The idea that I have to deal with a school district that's going through insolvency, and now I have to beg and plead for my city to not go through a financial freefall. I absolutely want affordable housing. I absolutely want there to continue to be a diverse community in Culver City. But our city cannot afford to do this wonderful want. It's a great idea. We cannot afford it. We can't afford 16 million. We can't afford 36 million. And we certainly can't afford it with the current federal administration and the absolute unknowns of the next 3 years. So as much as I would love to come up with a different plan, this isn't it. We do a lot for the unhoused, and I'm grateful for that, but our city cannot handle another thing right now. It just cannot. So please do what is best for the city overall, which is fix the sidewalks, because that's clearly a problem. Do other things that will
Your
benefit
time
us
has
all.
expired.
Right
Thank
now,
you.
we cannot take on the
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken Palmer, followed by Janae Lennox. Mr. Palmer, are you able to hear us? Looks like we might be having some difficulties here. I'll circle back. Oh,
Is that?
okay, now we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. I am a Culver City resident. I'm concerned about the church property being potentially used as a revenue source for the church, benefiting, or for this CC Culver Santa Monica, for them creating revenue from under the banner of low-income housing. It seems like there are a lot of people profiting, and I don't know where $2 million has gone before this shovel comment started. So I encourage you to revisit the feasibility of a project that is on the backs of a church that is using the property as a revenue source. Happy to help figure that out in any way, but all I have is more and more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janae Lennox, followed by Amy Anderson.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I do not know how I got in the lineup with all the capitalists, but that's now here or there. I want to talk about 94 people because we get caught on numbers and we don't think about people. 94 families. I want you guys to think about the elderly that could be benefiting and will benefit from this. I want to think about, the parents, especially the single parents who maybe have lost their spouse for some unlawful reason and now is stuck in a one income household. I want you to think about how this actually will help people, not just dollar signs. I know that a lot of times we talk about we don't have the funds, but we always end up having funds for policing and things in that nature. But when it comes to caring and giving people opportunities and love and responsibility, we tend to all of a sudden not have the funding. And that is actually a part of the capitalistic society, to blame individuals on their hardships while actually the system at hand is the reason. We're here in a crisis. I want to be clear that it is a human crisis that we are living in, where there are people living, families living on the streets, in their cars, going from shelter to shelter. That is not their doing, that is our doing. By not putting up and stopping capitalism when it was at our forefront. So now you want to scream about where are we going to get the money? Well, that's your doing.
Your
That is
time has
your doing
expired.
for never putting
Thank
in
you.
place policies prior to this, and now we are.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Anderson, followed by Renee Buchanan. Amy Anderson, if you're online, please reach out. Our next speaker is Renee Buchanan, followed by Kenny Stevenson.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. When I became homeless in December 2001, I began a painful yet enlightening journey. As I moved from a shelter to my first apartment to where I live now, various agencies carried me, walked alongside me, and had my back. Today, each of these agencies is a cornerstone in the foundation upon which I live. Community Corps is one such cornerstone, and the agency with which I've had the longest relationship, or more accurately, partnership. I say partnership because my voice counts. From tenancy issues to designs of new buildings to necessary repairs, Community Corps engages its residents to inform processes that in other areas never leave the boardroom. In fact, community core staff, board members, architects, and tenants work with the surrounding community when planning a new development because its goal is to always ensure harmony. Harmony because affordable housing does not discriminate. It is there for all who qualify, creating inclusive communities which will not abandon its members and whose benefits reach far beyond their borders. Benefits made possible by the creativity and high standards, in this case, of Community Corporation of Santa Monica.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kenny Stevenson, followed by Richard Burns.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Great. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, thank you for your time. I am a Culver City resident, homeowner, parent of a CCUSD student, and I teach the after-school improv program at CCMS. First of all, I'm not there in person, but I'm wearing green because I fully support the Jubilo Village project. I know there is a concern about how the city is already in a deficit and how this project would just add to that, but to me, investing in the city in a way that could have immeasurable returns for the city, not just from a business perspective, but from an equity perspective, is a good idea. The city is becoming more and more expensive, and I frankly couldn't afford to live here if I came here now. However, the units in Jubilo will make the dream of living in the city we love a reality for so many folks who need one thing: hope. These people will bring more kids to the schools, which means more money to the schools. Schools that had fewer students start kindergarten this year. Less students means less money for the schools, and the school board just made budget cuts last week. This project would bring more students to our schools, more money to our schools, to our community, and just show that we truly are a city for all people. We all see the giant homes that pop up on every block and every new build, homes for one family of means. I like to see a housing project that goes towards many families who will in turn generate more revenue and equity for the city. Housing is an essential service. We always find money for the police for whatever high-tech thing they need. We can find money for this.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Burns, followed by Mark Bauer.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Freddie Puza. My name is Richard Burns. I'm a representative of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. This project should uphold strong labor standards, ensuring that it is built with skilled and trained workforce who have completed apprenticeship workforce programs. It should provide medical benefits and the opportunity for workers to retire with dignity through a pension. Additionally, this project should create the pathways for local hire, allowing workers to establish long-term careers without facing the financial burden of long commutes and raising gas prices. By prioritizing local hiring, workers will have better access to public transportation, reducing congestion and promoting stability. Most importantly, this will have the ability for residents of local hire to live here, work here, spend here, and retire here. That will strengthen the local economy. I urge you support these labor standards to ensure this project benefits both workers and the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Bauer, followed by T. Newson.
Good evening. My name is Mark Bauer. I'm the Vice Chair of the Finance Advisory Committee. A few months ago, we hosted a panel discussion about affordable housing at Vets Auditorium. Tara from CCSM was one of the panelists. She provided very helpful and insightful information about affordable housing, and I really hope we can continue those conversations of those types in this community. I'm speaking on my personal view as a capitalist that we have been building jobs and commercial and industrial in this city and made this city what it is. The downtown revitalization, Amazon, Apple, Corporate Point, HBO, all in the last 20 years. During that time, we have barely built any housing. And the reason why we have the crisis is because we were irresponsible to do that. We were looking at what we can do for downtown, and when we built ourselves a really great city, we just need to build housing so more people can live here. And just that is kind of the perspective that I come from, being a resident of Culver City off and on for my entire life. I see what it became, and I see what it could become with more housing. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is T. Newson, followed by Jamie Wallace.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I come before y'all tonight with one simple request. Please don't send me to Florida. Now, I know there is nothing explicitly on the agenda that would cause that, but the truth is, our city is too expensive. And I'm not talking about the $20 strawberry or the $10 eggs. I'm talking about the rent. And one of the reasons why the rent is so high is because we're not building enough. We're not building enough housing. We're not building enough affordable housing. But you know where they are building houses? They're building houses in Ohio, in Texas, in Tennessee. And no shade to these places, but this is not where I want to be. LA is my home. Those other places, the rent may be low, but so is the tolerance. So I ask y'all today to fund this development and many more to keep Angelinos like myself in LA. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Jamie Wallace.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Technology and I are not on good terms. Gosh, I don't even know where to start. Fortune favors the bankrupt. That's what we're looking at. I would like answers. How many affordable units are currently in the pipeline? Because I know that there are a number of units and projects that may not be 100% affordable, but they do have affordable units. I'd like to know if the HUD vouchers for the rent subsidies suddenly disappear. Will the city be on the hook for the rent subsidies? That would cost us an extra $16 million over 20 years. Has Tilden been repaid? Why is the deadline keep on moving? It was March 5th, then it was March 10th. Now it's sometime in July. What is going on here? I really don't want a situation where CCM, whatever, the corporation is going to come in and ask that it be slipped into the 2025 budget with 3 votes. This is not appropriate. We need to have transparency. It's not designated for Culver City students, residents, and we don't have enough revenue to cover the expenses. That's the bottom line, folks. Yes, of course we wish we could help people. Yes, people need help. We need more housing. Yes, but where are you going to get the money when our revenue does not cover our expenses? Period. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Can I ask a couple questions quickly, staff? I hope you have this handy. Actually, probably Ms. Soger. question. Sorry,
Yes.
CFO
I'm here.
Lisa Soger. I just have to continually uplift this information, and I'm glad we have so many people here. How much has Culver City received from Measure H since it was voted into law?
So Measure H was voted in 2017. To date, the city has received approximately $1.2 million, most of that coming through grants from the COG, from the West Side Cities COG, like local solutions grants.
Okay, so 1.2 million, but most of that was kind of indirectly. It was Measure H money, but given to the COG, and then the COG awarded it.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a number that is directly from, is it LASA that awards? Okay, that's fine. 1.2 million is fine. How much via sales tax receipts have we given the fund?
So my estimate currently is that it was approximately $40 million, upwards of $40 million since the inception.
How many years is that over? 7? 8?
Yeah, since 17, 18 was the first year that it would have taken effect, so through now.
And then, I know we can't access Measure A funds today, it's somewhere in the near future, but that doubled the sales tax, so what would be the annual contribution to Measure A?
So based on our receipts at a half cent, that is approximately $11 million annually.
Okay. Okay. Like this, I don't know if this is a question for you or for Ms. Barnes, but Director Barnes, do we have a number? It's probably in here, I'm sorry, but I'm just going to ask you to announce it. How much did the city spend on homeless and housing services in the 22-23 budget cycle? Do you happen to have that?
So
It's probably.
defer to the CFO. I have numbers in front of me.
Okay.
So in terms of, so much of that was the beginning of our programming, and so there were
Well,
capital dollars.
the year
Yeah,
prior
so
to
20,
all.
yeah, so $4.4 million in general fund, maybe actually close to 5 million when I look at operating expenses.
That came from general fund? That- What's the year before that?
I don't,
Okay.
the start, so really when we were building Home Key and everything, so that's really is the first year, and the
Okay.
year before would have been less,
Okay.
significantly less, yes. I don't have that number, I have 22, 23.
Okay.
I don't have the year before, but I think not much at all. I mean, it wasn't general fund we used for the St. Joseph's contract, it was the residual amount from the old housing authority funds.
It's like $1 million-ish?
Probably,
Okay.
but again, not general fund.
Okay. And then you announced earlier today it was like 16 million-ish per year that we're spending? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And then we're currently about 2 million over our reserve threshold, over the,
So
for our general fund reserve.
we ended the prior year in a deficit of 2 million. Of that, there are about $13.9 million that were encumbered and carried forward into the current year. So the current year, our budget overage is that plus the 16 million.
Mayor, are you asking what is our unassigned fund balance?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Unassigned fund balance remaining after the mid-year is $2.3 million.
Okay, so if we draw down 2.4 million or 2.31 million, we're now going into what's a protected
Yes,
discretionary reserve?
Yes, restricted reserves.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, but those are, I also want to point out, and then I'm going to let my colleagues speak. Everyone here wants this project, so there's no question about that. There's absolutely no question. And I think we've all been lobbying our higher electeds to help. And I had spoken with CCSM on Thursday as I was frantically getting staff to prepare talking points for, and she gave me the okay to, or her staff gave me the okay to report this to Representative Comager Dove, because she was going to meet with the HUD director on that day at 1 o'clock. Well, the administration doesn't like when Congress people criticize him, so they canceled that meeting for that reason. That was kind of a Hail Mary I was hoping for at the last minute. But I'm going to pass it along to my colleagues to ask questions and comment. Councilmember Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation, both Community Corp Santa Monica and Assistant City Manager Mays. Appreciate the information for this very important decision. For the public, CFO Soger, could you tell us how much does Housing and Homelessness Services take up of our general fund?
So
from the past city budget.
I don't have that number with me in terms of you're looking for a percentage?
Yeah, just 24, 25.
I did not bring that number with me. The amount is approximately, it's between 16 and 18 million dollars.
Okay, thank you. And our general fund is 180
from
that year. 180 from that year. Thank you. Can you talk about the commercial linkage fee money? And that's for the public, that's the money that designated for affordable housing that we're getting from commercial projects. I understand that's a new initiative and that it's not particularly well funded yet, but can you talk about how that works its way into the financial projections and
so the
future of that fund?
So the first year of revenue received was in the prior fiscal year, in fiscal year 2023, 2024. In that year, the city collected not quite $900,000, maybe it was like $850,000. We are on target to receive, based on estimates from the planning department, another $800,000 in the current year, based on projects that they know are permitted or seeking permits. Again, it depends what happens. I think there's another, over $1 million maybe looking down the pipeline. I'm not sure exactly which fiscal year. So because the money is new, that money is available for the council to make a decision on how they would like to allocate it, but it is to be used for the preservation and creation of affordable housing.
And would a project such as this one in the future, this be the type of project that fund could be used for?
I don't see why not. I'd leave it to the city attorney to determine whether that met the requirements, but it broadly is for preservation of affordable housing.
Understood. And And the Housing Trust Fund idea that we've heard a lot, I think the chair of the Housing Homelessness Committee, King Kingi, brought it up as well. Is that something that, like, you know, the idea of having a fund for the city that the city could use to fund affordable housing projects and potentially recoup whatever they are able to from those projects and then use on future projects? Is that something that the linkage fee money could also contribute to? Are these two things something that the city could consolidate or combine that could support one another is what I'm asking.
Well, my understanding is that we are bringing back an item on the potential of a affordable housing trust fund and considering whether we could explore whether the money from the linkage fee could be assigned to that. The question is, again, housing loans tend to be in the long term. They're not things where we're getting money regularly or soon. So money that goes out the door today isn't money that we would expect to see back for decades, if ever. So I don't know that you could consider it a refilling pot, and any money that would come through the linkage fee really just depends on development that would happen in the city. And not housing development, it would be on a commercial development.
I want to also just thank you because about a week ago, I asked my colleagues for support to get some projections for what, what would it look like if we were to issue this loan. And I really appreciate that you're able to get those turned around very, very quickly during a very busy time for y'all with the budget work plan presentations. Can you just let us know what the projection that included the sales tax increase? Can you let us know what you found from that projection? Anything notable? I saw that the deficit is essentially becomes a surplus around 2028, 2029, fiscal year 2029, with the Wellness Village retiring, obviously, and this loan being issued. Is there any other aspect of that projection that you think we should know, other than, of course, it depends on the sales tax passing?
I mean, it's conjecture, right? I mean, the council directed certain inputs. I can put those into the forecast. The question of whether some measure gets on the ballot, whether the voters decide to approve it, is all very hypothetical. We don't know that. So I do think that a sales tax measure and shows that revenue, and even before we were considering this particular project, when we came to you in the mid-year, our recommendation was to look at something like the sales tax measure to really address the existing deficit that we had. So certainly the sales tax measure helps dramatically. The bottom line for this loan is that it's just a depletion of general fund reserves at this point. So it's
Understood. And then do we have another 100% affordable housing development? This is not for you. Sorry, I'm transitioning away from you, CFO Soger. Thank you. I just wanted to ask if that we have another 100% affordable housing development that is shovel ready, because that's also something that we've, not at this time. And then, and maybe this is for our director of planning, but the next comparable project in terms of size, how far along that project is. I don't know if we have him in the...
Good evening, council member.
Hi, thank you for jumping on.
No problem. We don't have an all affordable housing development application that's at this stage. The other ones are in preliminary review.
Thank you. Thanks, Director Bunzer. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you to staff for the presentation. Thank you and our affordable housing developer who also presented. Thank you. And as well as our community comments. I had some questions, but as usual, Councilmember Fish hit most of them. So thank you for that, and also for us having these scenarios. I think it was helpful. While uncertain, helping us understand, and of course, CFO Soger and your team for preparing those in a very quick turnaround. So grateful to sort of have that to inform our deliberations this evening. So I'm going to try to be brief, but I have a few points to hit on. And it's, a bit uncomfortable. Because what I've found as I enter my 5th year as a council member for the city of Culver City is that we fund what we want. And that is a really hard truth. I know to be true that our structural deficit didn't start this year. You wouldn't know it from the conversation we're having this evening. And there's a pressure in this space to keep things the exact same. It's omnipresent. It's around all of us. I feel it right now as I'm speaking. I feel it when I ask questions around our budget or bringing new programs or bringing in more community involvement. I know some of our commenters felt it tonight, where you have to walk up to a dais, into the lectern, and beg to be seen, for your needs to be taken seriously, to be valued by your city government. I lift up frequently that Culver City was founded explicitly in exclusion, and I believe that in the 2025 of things, we have an obligation to ensure that we are operating to welcome folks. And what does that look like? Supporting fair housing, furthering fair housing, supporting affordable housing. And I appreciate numbers and percentages and requests about how much was spent here and there. I saw that the LA Times put out just this week that homelessness mortality in LA County remains persistently high, with an average of 7 deaths daily. I think we recently in Culver City had a loss of an unhoused neighbor. And we've had some in the past. And that's wrong. That's wrong. I just want to name that. That is preventable. There are policy choices being made that support these outcomes, and we could very easily choose to have different outcomes. So I believe, just to my core, that housing is a human right. Investing in people is never wrong. And investing in affordable housing and housing just period is needed, given our housing crisis and our climate crisis, further compounded by the recent wildfires that we just experienced. And so I could lift up how we could slip funding into our 25-26 budget as a strategy. We could sort of play around all day long to find a strategy to support this project if we wanted to. And so just to clearly name what's happening, tonight 5 human beings, the majority who are homeowners, will determine if we welcome 93 mothers, 93 fathers, 93 daughters, sons, grandparents, human beings, potentially former foster youth and transition age youth, folks who are struggling with housing insecurity. I myself have struggled with housing insecurity as a single mom. We know in the very last meeting, we didn't have consensus to meaningfully engage in a 5% more or 5% less exercise around our budget. But in this very same meeting, the thought is coming up that we could just throw up our hands and say, well, we just can't do it, or point the finger at the county, or point the finger at the state, or point the finger at the federal level. There's lots of fingers to be pointed all around if we wanted to find one. No one told Culver City to not build housing meaningfully over these past 20 to 30 years. That was a decision made by folks who sit right up here, and or staff, and or just the overall ethos of our community. But tonight, the finger is on us. Tonight, it is up to us whether we are going to welcome 93 families, 93 human beings, 93 folks. We already know the data about our community members who are rent burdened. We already know that we are struggling ensuring that there is permanent affordable housing in Culver City. We know that we don't have another 100% affordable housing development that is shovel ready. And so let's just be clear about that. I cannot think of a reason that we would say no to that. So tonight, I am ready to move forward with supporting this request in whatever creative way that folks can sleep with saying yes to, but it is unacceptable to walk away saying no to something that we know that we direly need. We know that we are in compounding crises, and we, just us, have the opportunity to make a path for these 93 families. We have an obligation to further fair housing. And there's a ton of excuses if we want to find one, but we have the opportunity to say yes. And so I'm hoping and praying that this evening colleagues will say yes to these 93 families to call Culver City home. Thank you.
Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a couple of questions. And one of them for KMA. We have a representative from KMA here.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Tim Bretz with Kaiser Marston Associates, Senior Principal in the Los Angeles office.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for being here this evening. In the staff report, there was made mention that your analysis of the loan, so to speak, that there is no expectation of repayment. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we always advise our public sector clients when they're providing residual receipts loans to not expect a full repayment of those loans. You may receive some payments on an annual basis. Typically, they don't cover the interest expense for that year. And so generally we say, think of these more as a grant. If you get money, if you get annual payments, that's great.
Right. And also believe in the staff report, there was made mention that how unusual this type of ask is for a city. What is the typical ask? I know there was a cap, and I wrote it down. I can't find my notes, but I think $10 million was a cap for LA. But what is the general ask in your opinion?
So city assistance ranges, varies project by project, jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Generally, we're seeing city assistance in the $3 to $8 million per project range. The Los Angeles Development Authority, LACTA, has a $10 million cap on the assistance per project, and that was in their most recent NOFA.
Okay, and typically it's like a $3 to $8 million sort of ask.
That seems reasonable. Again, it varies. You know, it really depends how much housing money cities have. You know, it's a project by project decision for each city. But generally, we are in recent years, we're not seeing many city assistance provided in over the $10 million range.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And Lisa, I'm sorry to pull you back up. I should have asked while you were there. Do we have $36 million to give to this project?
The 36 million or the?
Well, the 16,
The
but overall.
So overall, to just assuming no change, right? No sales tax, additional sales tax happens, or, you know, and there is no one to come in and take the ongoing responsibility for the project home key, right? Because at this point I can model it, but there is no real expectation that the county would step in. So if none of those things happen, the bottom line is it's a reduction of 16 million, forgetting about vouchers and anything else, but it's a reduction of $16 million of the city's reserves, which is there, but would mean that in 2027, which is when the $12 million piece is asked for, the city would no longer be able to maintain its 30% contingency. We've certainly, which is for emergencies, we've certainly seen just in the brief part of 2025 that those kinds of emergencies have happened to neighbors not so far from us or colleagues sitting next to me. I come from a city where emergencies happened all the time, and so my conservative nature is to be prepared and to want to make sure that the city can function. So yes, is it doable? Yes, but then the city puts itself in danger of not having sufficient reserves to address whatever else may come down the pike.
Too many uncertainties. We don't know really what is, and we all, like you said, saw what happened with the fires and whatnot. Which I guess you sort of answered the next question, the reason why we want to maintain this reserve. And why do we have, there's a reserve 30%. Where does that 30% come from? And I mean, not where, but what's the reason behind maintaining? It's a charter and the ordinance, or?
It's set by city council policy.
Councilmember, I'm going to jump in. That 30% reserve requirement, it predates my tenure here. I think it's been in place for a very, very long time. I think part of the logic and rationale for it is that nearly 70%, approaching 70% of the city's general fund revenues come from commercial retail activity. Commercial retail activity is it reacts to changes in the economy. If there's a downturn in the economy, if we have a severe recession, our revenues are likely to decline more than is typical in a city. Most cities have a more stable general fund revenue base, largely based on property tax, but our property tax is so small. We only get 10% of the property taxes paid by taxpayers in this community. So, like I said, 70% of our general fund revenue it's the economic term is elastic. It will react very much to downturns in the economy, and for that, I think that's the primary reason that this city for many, many years has maintained that 30% reserve requirement.
Okay. And then for CCSM, do we still have her here? Can I ask you a question or someone? She's not, okay, I'll circle back. You're from CCSM? Yes. Can you step forward here? Hi, how are you? What was your name?
Simon Fraser.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here this evening.
You're welcome.
Just a question. I mean, it would say that you guys have been involved in multiple projects and successful projects, and you and a developer. At the end of the day, what is the reason then there is no other financial backing that you can obtain or look for to cover this shortfall?
There is. The question is timing. We have a clock that we must adhere to, and that clock is ticking, and we are running out of time. We must give back the major source that we have, which is tax credits, if we don't close on the construction financing. We've already asked for a 90-day extension, and we'll need to ask for another one, and we may not get it. We may be struck with negative points and thus not be able to apply for this type of funding again for the next 2 years. So we're at peril, great peril.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. Mr. Munzer just came in the room, I think. I'm all over the place tonight with you guys, sorry. While you're walking, I'll ask, there was mention about, shovel-ready or affordable units that are in the pipeline. And I know you had mentioned none of the projects are all 100% affordable, but within the pipeline of 3, 4, 5 years, what is your sort of guesstimate of how many units are in the pipeline?
Thank you, Council Member. I'm not sure I can come up with a guesstimate for the next 3 to 4 years. I can tell you that we have one all-affordable project that's proposed that's about 150 units. It's actually a split cross-jurisdictional project with the City of Los Angeles. And then we just had one filed on Washington Place for 75 units. And then at your next council meeting, we are proposing to move forward with an agreement with ECF for preliminary conversations about the city-owned property on Virginia Avenue. And that would be an all-affordable building of 70 to 80 units. That number is not defined yet. And those are the ones, the all-affordable ones that come to mind.
And how much would those cost the city? How much are they asking for in terms of backing?
Well, the previous projects on Culver Boulevard and Washington Place are private developers that are utilizing primarily state density bonus. So to my knowledge, they're not requesting city assistance. The Virginia Avenue property would be a different conversation because it's city-owned.
City-owned, okay. All right, sir, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And it was said, I think we all can agree that we all truly want affordable housing, but when you, are we talking now, or are we just asking questions? When it comes down to it, I think what we were all elected for was really to be mindful of the general operational ability of the city. And I think by drawing down so much on our reserves puts the city in jeopardy. God forbid something happens and we need that money to rely on to continue operation of the city. We don't have it. We can't rely on the quarter cent. It's not even has been discussed by council, so we can't say, well, we got that coming. There's way too many uncertainties. We don't know how, what was one of the questions? There was, I believe, a $4 million ask now and then a $12 million ask in the second budget session, right? Yes. So,
that's correct, the current ask.
So let's say, just devil's advocate, if the $4 million in this budget session gets through, and for whatever reason, change of heart or council or whatever happens on the second ask of $12 million and the council doesn't approve it, then what happens to all the money that we have invested so far, and what happens to the project?
If we've given the loan and the project falls apart, there's no guarantee we would get that money back.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Yeah, it's like we can all say we want this to go through, and it's great on paper. It looks wonderful. But when we have to be responsible for the fiscal solvency of the community and answering to every one of our residents on why my sidewalk isn't fixed, or why my trash isn't picked up, or why my services are getting decreased, I think that's really an important decision that we all have to make up here. And we were talking, I mean, Mr. Munzer was up here, but you don't need to come back up. But some of the projects that are in the pipeline, they're mixed. They're not truly 100% affordable. I know one of them is, but I think that's great for the community because it really allows sort of an integration of incomes where you have lower income families with higher or middle, which is sort of more of a melting pot, more of integration, I think is really ideal moving forward. I think, you know, the final paragraph in this staff report, it sets forth the reasons why the request of $60 million at this time has to be denied. You know, so at this time there are insufficient funds in the city unassigned general fund balance from which any potential loan to CCSM would be paid. There's approximately $2.8 million remaining in the unassigned balance per the fiscal year 24-25. Mid-year budget report to approximately $60 million. Bottom line is as much as we want to make this work, there is no, in my opinion, no way moving forward right now without the uncertainty of really the overall budget, the overall financing of the community and the city, and really providing the services that I think folks have come to rely on. You know, while these forecasted scenarios are helpful to analyze different actions, I think there was 4 or 5 different scenarios. Most of the fiscal impacts rely on conjecture. When considered along with the uncertainty about the project's construction operational costs, and that's another thing, you know, if construction costs, we all know, we all done construction, go up drastically. Are we going to be on the hook now for those construction costs increase? Overall, I think we're going to be on the hook for this project across the board. Any increases we're going to have to sort of take care of, correct?
So it's a political decision. You know, I know there's a lot of pressure right now on you all as council members to contribute to this project. And if there's pressure now before the project has begun construction, once, you know, there's a hole in the ground and the structure's going up, there's going to be, you know, even more pressure on this organization to, you know, keep the project going and not be the organization that stops the project. So that's sort of what we were implying about when we talked about the sunk cost risk. It's just, you know, it's sort of like, you know, we would sort of be sponsoring the project.
Right. You know, I think the operational costs and other risks described earlier in the report, which will likely result in CCSM making additional request funds to the city in the future. None of these scenarios suggest that the city can provide $16 million from the general funds without a significant negative impact to the city's fiscal position. And I think ultimately that's what we need to be responsible and understand that our core obligation is really to make sure that we're fiscally sound and responsible and able to take care of the community in whole. This is a great project. Like I said, I wish we had the money. I would suggest that maybe out of all that list of potential money out there, that maybe if council agrees, collectively write a letter of support to these agencies that, you know, we support, if that would help at all. But to come forward right now and say that I can do this without losing sleep at night, I can't do it. I can't support it right now the way it sits. I think it's torn, but it's just the city doesn't have the money right now. Mayor, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thanks. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I wasn't able to give my comments. I thought we were just doing questions. Would you mind if I just give my comments quickly before? Is that all right?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you to all the community members who came out today. Thank you to everyone who called in as well. We are in a housing and homelessness crisis. It was by far and away the biggest topic I heard about this past year. Nearly everyone I talked to has been impacted by it. seniors who are afraid to retire. They are the largest cohort falling into homelessness right now in LA County. Workers who can't afford to live in the city that they contribute to every day. I talk to young people who feel like their city no longer has a place for them, who were born and raised here. We've built abysmally little housing in this city, less than 500 multifamily units since 2007. I was a junior in high school then, and we've built less than 500 multifamily. In that same time, Santa Monica built 10x that amount. West Hollywood built 4 times that. And so our population has flatlined at 40,000 people since the early 80s. In that time, the state's population has doubled. So to say we haven't pulled our weight is an understatement. Housing costs have exploded, and it's because of this. They've doubled in less than a decade here. The cost of any home in Culver City in 2016 was $650K. Now it's 1.3 million. Rents have also exploded. They're now 52% higher here than the national average. And nearly a quarter of Culver City's households are low income, and almost half spend more than 50% of their income on housing. So there's a huge reason this is the #1 political issue in the state. I ran for this seat because as a renter, I experienced firsthand the sharp rise in rents and heard from so many people, friends and neighbors, how it's impacting us. Our median rent now is prohibitively expensive at $3,200 to $3,500 a month. If you make less than $130K in your household, you are most likely rent burdened. As a result, our city's hemorrhaging its diversity, and that harms all of us, right? Our diversity is our strength, and we're losing it. Latinos were nearly a fourth of our population a decade ago. Now they're a fifth. Black folks were a tenth of our population. Now they're less than 8%. So we're at a crisis point, and I think it's critical that we meet this moment because it's impacting more than just housing. Some speakers mentioned that enrollment at our schools is declining, in part because it's getting so expensive to live here, and it's drying up the funding we receive for our beloved school system. Some of the discomfort is definitely from tapping reserves typically used for emergencies, and I understand that. The housing crisis is an emergency. And And we've done a lot, and you know we've uplifted a lot of things we've done in this meeting and the meeting before this with the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness. We've declared a state of emergency in the city. We made progress on the homeless services, Wellness Village, Project Home Key, Mobile Crisis Unit. But what the emergency ordinance failed to do is address the root cause of homelessness, which is our housing supply crisis. So, in short, we have all these great services, but we are missing arguably the most important piece of all to addressing this crisis, which is affordable housing. I heard it described in this way: we're bailing out the water, but we're not plugging the hole. The city hasn't built 100% affordable housing development in 10 years. Tilden is our only 100% affordable project. It's just 33 units. We have a lot in the pipeline, but nothing even close to as far along as this project. It will take years before we get another 100% affordable project. So I understand the city's position, and I understand what I'm hearing from staff, that this should be treated as a grant and that we shouldn't count on additional funding, and I'm fine to do that. We have an opportunity to create a space for 93 families who otherwise would not be able to afford to live here, who can grow up here and start a life here. And while I appreciate the calls for fiscal responsibility, we just had a budget meeting this past week where we declined to take any critical view of our budget. Despite our efforts to ensure it reflects the needs of the community, there was no consensus to even just look at it and see how we could leverage it to better serve our city, because of the fear that process could induce. But what about the fear of the folks that I met who feel like they're being pushed out of our community? The fear of folks who are on the margins who can't afford rent. If we're going to be good stewards of the public funds, let that standard apply across the board. The argument was presented that the fundamentals of the city's finances are sound, and all we needed was this additional revenue provided by a quarter sales tax increase, something Culver City voters haven't ever failed to pass by wide margins. In fact, we were so convinced of this strategy that we did not explore any other options to addressing our deficit. So to now say that passing the sales tax is some wild conjecture doesn't match with what we heard just last week. A week ago, I asked my colleagues for support to receive these 10-year financial projections showing various scenarios. And thank you again to CFO Soger and her team for putting that together in such a short time. In all three scenarios provided by the city in which the quarter-cent sales tax is passed, the city's deficit is addressed by 2028, 2029. And so, and again, I understand that the reserves are the issue here, but the city's deficit is resolved in this time period. So we're told that this is the one path we have to get our finances back in the black, and we're going all in on that strategy. And in all those scenarios, the city has healthy finances after 2028, 2029. The deficit is resolved in those projections. So I think it's important that we recognize what Councilmember McMorrin brought up, that this city, as we all know, has a legacy of exclusion. And we were a sundown town. Over half of our residential land was locked in exclusionary zoning, a legacy of racial redlining. And I really resonate with what Janae Lennox said about when we talk about taking care of people, suddenly we don't have the money. The projections, in my view, show us that we can do this. There is a plan that pencils out. And yes, there's a risk. Of course, the project has risks. Everything we do as a city has risk. But what is the risk of inaction? We will continue to have no place for folks in interim housing to go. Our services will degrade if we have nowhere for people to graduate to when our Home Key and Wellness Village gets them back on their feet. We will have no place for members of our community, or yes, the larger region, who are struggling. Because we're so much bigger than the confines of our borders. We are not just Culver City. We belong to one another, as the council member likes to say. Meanwhile, I think it's really important to note that over the past 10 years, our police budget has increased nearly twofold, from $33 million to $57 million, far outpacing inflation. And this is allowed to happen gradually without most folks batting an eye. And suddenly, when it comes time to provide something to the community that's going to address housing and homelessness, that's $16 million that would allow 93 families to live here. Suddenly, that's too much to bear. We consistently pay for things that benefit more than just ourselves. We pay for senior services to care for our elders. Even if we're not elderly, we pay for transportation services. We want to ensure that everyone can get around. We provide programs and services across the city we don't necessarily take advantage of. We care for parks we don't live near. This is going to benefit, this project, in my view, will benefit us in so many ways and will create a more affordable environment for Culver City if we continue to invest in projects like these that allow people to live here and experience the high-resource city that we all love. So I would also love to get this passed tonight and to work with my colleagues to get this project done. I think it's such a critical moment for our city, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Councilman McMorrin.
I've already spoken.
Okay, you're done. Okay.
Great. Thank you to staff. Thank you to CCSM. Thank you to everyone who gave public comment. Want to start off with questions. The first is just a couple of questions that I have to kind of balance out some of the things in the staff report. Is this deal consistent with market conditions?
We don't believe so, given the volatility in the market, the things that we've talked about. President Trump said yesterday he's not ruling out a recession caused by his tariffs. I've mentioned the anticipated cuts at HUD. LA County Housing Agency ending, processing of new Section 8 applicants. And on top of that, our structural budget deficit. I would not say that market conditions, suggest that this is consistent with market conditions. I mean, even in the best circumstances, you heard our financial consultant, KMA, cite that, city awards are generally between 3 and 8 million. We're being asked, for, an order of magnitude more than that. So even in the best conditions, this would be, a large ask. And I think, given the market conditions that we see out there, that's why we're urging even more caution.
Thank you. And is CCSM doing everything to substitute the 16 million?
You saw the list they presented, and they are doing a lot. We've been working with them on quite a few of those applications and are very hopeful for them. But like we said, it's tough, and those are very competitive grants. Some of the things, that we believe are possible that we haven't seen them pursue are seeking private donations. We heard about the 90-day extension, but they have not sought additional extensions for their tax credits, which they could do. We haven't seen them try to renegotiate the $13 million in land costs, which is a significant portion of the construction budget. And they haven't offered to reduce any of their fees either. So, no, I would say they're not doing everything possible.
Thank you. Can you go over the scenario if and when a refinance takes place? Because this is suggesting that a refinance wouldn't take place, but if a refinance took place in like year 18 or whatever year, I'm just picking that randomly, but.
Yeah, I think KMA has pointed out that at year 15, a balloon payment is due by CCSM on the Jubilo Village permanent loan, and at that point they would need to refinance. They suggested that the city could attempt to renegotiate at that point to get repayment of the loan, but KMA have told us that it's not typical for soft lenders such as the city to get back their loan during refinancing.
Got it. Thank you. And would CCSM like to respond to any of those questions?
Okay, so I do want to respond to a couple of things. First of all, affordable housing has been a very safe investment. This tax credit program has been around since the 1980s. So I'm not really sure about all this speculation about all this volatility. These are well-established programs that have been the largest producer of affordable housing for many decades. One of the questions was about this, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my notes here. About whether we've done everything we can do. I think we have absolutely done everything we can do. I outlined the 7 or 8 different funding applications we've applied for and are continuing to apply for. In terms of the land cost, that's just like any other land transaction. We typically buy our land on the open market, and we close escrow. You don't renegotiate once you're in a contract. So I don't believe that that is fair to suggest that all of a sudden we should be renegotiating that. And it is below market. And also the church has been carrying it for the last 5 years, which is actually much better than what typically happens. We usually have to buy the land and carry years worth of property taxes and loan interest payments. So this is definitely well below market. Were there other questions?
If you want, just is this consistent with market conditions, and then just about anything about refinancing?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say this is completely typical for an affordable housing project, and we've been doing this for 42 years, and we've built over 2,000 affordable units. Our loans are typically usually more than $8 million, so I don't know where that information is coming from. We regularly get loans of 20 to 30 million from the city of Santa Monica. Now, of course, every city is different. I understand that, but I think it's just not accurate to say loans are 3 to 5 million typically. I can show you our different loans that we get from the city of Santa Monica.
Oh, great. Thank you. While you're there, we talked about the possibility of requesting more money, if possibly after the 16 million. Can you talk more about that? Is there a way to have a cap on that, or some kind of condition that CCSM would not ask for money beyond that 16 million?
Sure. As a city council, you can make any conditions you want on the loan commitment, the loan that you would be giving. So you could certainly say as a condition that we're not to come back and ask the city for any more money, and I think I would be comfortable with that.
Great. I think that's it for you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Appreciate
Mayor,
it.
before she goes, can I ask her a question while she's up
Please.
there? Sorry about that. Just a question, the land, you said it was $13 million, right? And you said there's no room to renegotiate. Why would you negotiate after a contract is struck up?
That's right. It's just like any other land transaction. You enter into a contract and you're bound by the terms of the contract.
All right. Has the conversation ever been had with the church to maybe, what I'm trying to get at is if the property is in jeopardy, if this project is in jeopardy of not happening, wouldn't it be prudent to go back to the church and say, hey, will you take less for the land? I mean, since $13 million is a good portion of the cost, I mean, I think this is all about negotiation. And if you can negotiate with the church to take less for the land, it'll bring the cost down substantially. I think negotiation is a key part of this.
I don't agree with that, and I would just say the $13 million for 95 units is actually less than the land cost per unit we've paid on many of our projects on the west side. Like I said, this has been an amazing partnership with Culver Palms, where they are not charging us property taxes, interest, anything like that. This project, I would say, is being efficient with its land cost, but I haven't done any projects where they're just giving land away for free, or even just saying, you know what, I'll just take $5 million off the land cost. It's just not realistic. That's not market conditions.
Well, yeah, nobody said for free, but I appreciate it. Vice Mayor, thank you so much.
And while you're there, do you have any labor agreements set up for this project?
That's typically whatever jurisdictions require that. We do use local hires, so and we do pay prevailing wages for our projects, so that's quite typical. We have not entered into project labor agreements. That's usually only required by the County of Los Angeles, or Measure ULA, for example, would require that. So it's dictated by the funding source.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, I'd like to add something. I don't think there's any way to effectively prevent anyone from coming to the city in the future and asking for more support. Even if it's in an agreement, if both parties agree to consider it, then you can change your minds. I just want to put that on.
Right. Thank you. Do we know the average reserve percentages for different cities? Just on the west side? And I should have done the math, but if we did this, where would that put our reserves at?
I'll hazard a guess. I mean, I don't think we've done any research.
I can only speak to the city of Malibu, which is where I came from, and we had a 50% reserve requirement. Obviously, Malibu is on the front lines of disasters, as we've witnessed. And when I left there, the city actually had 100% reserve. So said the policy was 50, but they were at 100%.
Got it.
And Vice Mayor, really quick, because while we were having this conversation, I did look it up. So both, not when you asked, but there was, and when folks were talking about the percentages of reserves. Anyway, West Hollywood's is around 10%, and I think Santa Monica's is similar. I'll just double check it again because I'd already X'd out that window. Thanks.
Vice Mayor, I'll respond just based on my experience. And I think typically cities, usually reserve requirements are in the 20 to 25% range, somewhere here. And because I thought ours, when it was 30, it was for that reason. I thought it was a little bit higher because of the volatility in our revenue mix. But that's just
Got
based
it.
on my experience.
I see what you're saying. Thank you. Okay. I think those are my questions. Just double checking. We have shaken the tree for funding at the federal level, the state level, the county level. As the mayor said, at the corporate level, I've reached out to Amazon, Apple. I've spoken to SCAG and other county agencies, and everyone thinks this is a very incredible project, but no one has the funding. But I'm grateful to everyone who's been engaged in this process because successful community projects are about relationships, and I, for one, value the partnerships we have. So while the funding from these different agencies and electeds didn't manifest this time around, I'm really grateful for the partnerships we have and hopeful to continue to work together to find solutions. As has been said, most people want affordable housing in Culver City. What that looks like is maybe different, but everyone wants it. I've been invested in this project for years, and I've said that I hope all faith-based institutions will follow suit and consider taking advantage of this bill to convert their land into housing. We need more affordable housing, which has been talked about at length tonight. We're long overdue in producing affordable housing. So no doubt, morally, this would be the right decision to make. Already discussed, council passed the homeless emergency ordinance to provide services for the unhoused. We spent upwards of $18 million plus to get those services up and running, and we spent millions a year in services each year to provide. And I appreciate most of that work. And one of the two main issues I had with the homelessness emergency was there was no conditions to create a pathway for affordable housing. We know that permanent supportive housing is the key to lifting people out of poverty and out of the cycle of homelessness. And now that issue is coming home to roost. There are many questions about this project. The rub for me is how we got here and why we have to make this decision now, which are fair questions, but they beg more questions. Is this the best use of our taxpayer monies right now? Why hasn't the city been producing affordable housing? Why did the city, as mentioned earlier, why have we only produced hundreds of units of housing from 2000 to 2020? We've created the conditions for housing production with the general plan, but why haven't we been properly preparing for this moment and this critical moment? And how we would create the affordable housing that we need moving forward. Because eventually the street ends if you keep kicking the can down it. Building affordable housing is challenging in Southern California for obvious reasons due to land costs and construction costs. Other smaller cities allocate funds each year to affordable housing. Many small cities spend anywhere from $50 to $200 per residence annually on affordable housing initiatives. For example, in Chapel Hill, it has a population of 60,000 people. They spend about $5 million annually, or $83 per month on affordable housing. I was happy to agendize the creation of Affordable Housing Trust Fund a few months ago. And there are many ways that we can right the wrongs of our past by contributing to this trust fund and creating a dedicated revenue stream for affordable housing moving forward. One idea was, since the redevelopment money was used to build parking lots, we can consider selling those and using revenue for that to put into the Affordable Housing Trust. Not suggesting that tonight, but that's something to consider. I'm open to fast tracking the Housing Trust Fund and finding revenue streams to fund it. Another option, and this will be a stretch, but a revenue stream could be using the kiosks, which would bring in $1 to $1.75 million a year that would go into the Affordable Housing Trust, and make sure that the conditions for that would be that 60% would be union labor. And then also that could be housing, and we also talk about parks and recreation as well. In addition to the condition that CCSM will not ask for more money beyond the $16 million. So I think we can find a pathway because this is important and something that we need to prioritize. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. In case I forgot earlier, I do want to thank all the speakers, and we've received probably 120 or so emails from folks with both sides of the opinion on this. So thank you to everyone for sending us your thoughts on it. So, I want to underscore a couple things I said and expand on them a little bit. We all want this. This is something that it's great on so many levels. And I know I've been trying really hard to find other sources. I forgot about the private. I've also been shaking those trees as well, so I appreciate my colleague, Vice Mayor, doing that. It helps to have, one would hope it would help to receive help that way. And I want to go back. I know some folks don't want to hear this, but I am going to point fingers. I want to go back to the fact that we are contributing as a city, or we have contributed $40 million to a county fund that was created to build affordable housing and support the unhoused. And we have demonstrated, we have data and comparative analysis of what we have done versus other cities of our size in the entire state of California. And no city has come remotely close to what we have done in this regard. The fund, I did some quick math, 7 years at the Measure H money, or what LASA receives is about $500 million per year. So they've received about $3.5 billion from Measure H, $3.5 billion. And we've received 1.2 million total, and the vast majority of that was indirectly. It wasn't given to Culver City, it was given to our Council of Governments, and then I'm a part of that. That's basically formulaically spread amongst all 4 cities, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, West Hollywood, and us. So that's how we got the majority of that money. We talk about choices. There's choices. I don't have what the percentage is, but $16 million of $3.5 billion is infinitesimally small. It's a fraction of a percentage point. And yet the county, LASA, chooses not to assist us in this perfect project. It checks every box, 100% affordable, varying sizes of rooms. So you can have, families, and you can have individuals helping recently unhoused. The only complaint I would have is that our citizens, Culver City residents, would not have priority. And I mean both housed and unhoused. So whatever commitment we would make, there would not be assurances, no matter what, that folks in our home key would be able to transition to this project because of the agreement that we put into the LACTA application. And we're talking about the need to build housing. There's no shovels have hit the dirt yet on these pipeline projects, but our pipeline projects, there's not many cities in California that are doing, not on the west side, that are close to what we're projected to produce based on our early conversations. Several of them are very far along, 4,000 plus units. Our arena goal is 3,341, so we're well above that. I think we're the only city. We're the only city to not be hit with the builder's remedy because we submitted real housing element numbers. So kudos to us for that. So all those measurables, we're not only trying, but we're getting and seeing results, and how we've helped our unhoused population is incredible. A concern I have, of a lot of concerns, this is, as I said, an incredibly noble project, but what about the next 100% affordable housing project, or the one after? We've got 2, 3, 4 that are, hopefully going to come to council and or planning commission, and they'll go through the necessary approvals. But why is, other than being first in line and ready to go, why is this better than those? And so if they're struggling to meet their funding needs, are we going to go further into our reserves until we have nothing left? And we're tracking that way if we do nothing else budget-wise anyway. There's so many hypotheticals in this in terms of these applications for grants and other funding sources, and then the economy. The guy in DC actually announced he expects a recession, and the markets responded accordingly. The issues with LASA, LAist, NPR, said on their headline, "Searing audit finds the city of LA has failed to properly track billions in homeless spending." What a surprise. And they point to lack of accountability, they only reported like 1/3 of their expenditures. The other danger here is, if we were to put all this money into this right now, this is a very narrow lens. This is this one project. And there's, like I mentioned, there's other 100% affordable housing projects that are, going to come to us and will hopefully succeed. And so you look at the long lens, what about the rest of them? What about the rest of them? And then also, what about the sidewalks? What about, all our public works issues? What about police? What about fire? And police. I've had the good fortune to talk to other mayors and council members in our city. I attend the Independent Cities Association conferences each time they come around, so I'm able to talk to 40 plus council members from other cities. I've gone to the U.S. Mayor's Conference where over 500 were there. I didn't talk to every single one of them, but I talked to about 15 this past weekend, and I mentioned that this is a regular topic of discussion in our city of cutting funding to the police, and they're all just baffled. They're like, no one, and this isn't to say we should flood their budget with all of our resources. But you know, our neighbors in Santa Monica that we're talking about, they're increasing their police force right now. Speaking of which, I spoke to a former city council member in Santa Monica about that plus minus 5% conversation, and it was terrible for their staff, and it was horrible for their morale. And I appreciate, you know, if it's true, and I assume it is, that Santa Monica is given $20 million loans. Well, they just had a massive, I don't know if the city manager can attest to Santa Monica's budget woes, but they cut hundreds of people. I'm not saying that those loans were direct cause of it, but it was encumbrances that they took on. And we have to run a city, and we want to keep our city services at a good place, especially when we've got 4,000 units of housing coming online in the next 3, 5, 7 years, whatever it is. That's like 6,000 people, 7,000 people. And then the 93 families, yeah, every family, you know, that could potentially live in there, whether they're from Culver City or not, you know, it's horrible to not, you know, give the money, come up with a solution to allow that to happen. However, there's all these other issues we have to worry about in the future. And that's 93 homes versus currently we have 16,500 households with another 4,000 or so coming online. That's such a small fraction of the entire city, and all those people in all those other homes are going to be negatively impacted because we don't have the resources to pay for fixing potholes, fixing sidewalks, you know, to the level that we need to. And we saw the speaker earlier who complained about the sidewalk, and it's because we're understaffed for the amount of work that we have. That's why that happens. My colleague mentioned, why should we, you know, worry about fear of employees losing jobs? Well, because those people in our staff that lose their jobs could be homeless. You know, it's if they lose their jobs. I agree, and I always call it out when there's hypocrisy, and you know, you say one thing about one side, but you don't have the same viewpoint when it comes to something in the other side. But it goes both ways. I mean, we talk about being really cautious and looking at areas where we can potentially cut, and yet we're looking at taking on a really risky, heavy lift in 16 million immediately, well, 4 million immediately, another 12 million next year, and then that grows because it won't be paid back in a manner that's fast enough to keep up with the interest. I mean, you know, going back to some comments, Pastor Johan said, you know, we have to have clear eyes, and that's what I'm trying to have here. My heartstrings are pulling to say yes on this, but I have to look at responsibly, and that's Ms. Lindgren, who I really appreciate, said, you know, we need to be responsible. And I know she's talking about in a different direction, in a different topic, but I'm trying to be responsible with our city money, and I'm concerned. And she also said that there is no somebody else. Well, there is someone else. It's the county, and they failed us all. They failed us all on this. And Mr. Newsom said, you know, fund this project and many more. If we were to fund this project, there would definitely not be any more that we could do. Definitely. I want this, and so I'm going to wrap it up. I saw the timelines on approval or notification of some of those grants that were being asked for. March 28th for the LACTA, 8.3 million. April 30th for the California Housing Finance Agency at 11.1 million. The home key by June 1st, that's 19.3 million. And then Department of Development Services, $2 million also by June 1st. I saw the July 31st date from CCSM for, kind of like the drop dead date. I'm willing to push this off and keep trying. Keep trying to, let's see if we can get these applications successfully fulfilled. And
Mayor, can
file
we
for that extension. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no. And I'll keep trying as hard as I can. Hopefully the president will allow his director of HUD to talk to our congresswoman, and keep shaking the trees. Councilmember.
I was going to ask if, considering your request, if we could hear from Community Corp about the timeline one more time, about what that would do if we don't get that commitment tonight. Thank you.
So we have the tax credits, as you know, and the deadline was March 31st in order to close construction. We've requested a 90-day extension, which typically they would give to us, which would take us to, I guess, April, May, June 30th. April, May, June. It's getting late. So somewhere around June, end of June, early July, we would have to close. Typically, like I said, they'll give you one extension. Beyond that, I can't say if they'll give us an extension. So if you don't make a decision tonight, we're just jeopardizing the tax credits.
Okay, I understand. I mean, we're all dealing with what ifs with this proposal too. So that's where I stand. I don't know. I mean, the motion on the agenda is to give direction to staff. That would be my preference, to take no action other than support all efforts to find other funding, have CCSM apply for that extension. And there's a lot of money here that's potentially at the offer. Sorry, Simon, I can't remember your last name, but I think you want to talk.
One of the reasons I'm grimacing so hard is I used to work in the investment side of this industry. So when I speak of low-income housing tax credits, I'm speaking from somebody that used to sit in the chair of the investor. The investor, these could be JP Morgan, this could be any number of corporations that have tax liabilities that they want credits in return for, so they're going to put the equity in. This situation, we're on a knife edge here. We really are going to lose this deal if we don't get it funded. And the reason we asked the city to front load the $16 million so we could backfill it with other sources is so that we could convince an investor to step to the table. And the quickest we could close on construction would be July, possibly August. This is going to be a major setback, and we will lose the attention of the investor and lender community. So this deal is going to evaporate very quickly.
So as a point of clarification, if you could, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to. If the city were to try to make this a part of the budget process, the payment would be obviously delayed because it would be a part of the 26 process. And this is something that was lifted up earlier by your colleague. Would tonight, the actual commitment, it's the commitment from the city that cannot be delayed? Am I interpreting you
Sure.
correctly.
And if I may, the original commitment that was provided in support of a tax credit application for 93 project-based vouchers, that had a value of something like $32 million, right? So that commitment, when it turned from 93 project-based vouchers to 42, that commitment reduced.
Right, I'm talking about the $16 million loan.
No, I know.
Yeah,
The reason I'm even saying what I'm saying is because $16 million up front is the same as $800,000 over a 20-year project-based voucher commitment. That's the reason why we're conflating the two. So it's an $800,000 annual commitment. And the investor is only interested in one or the other. So if you had the ability to guarantee $800,000 for the next 20 years, an investor might look at that, but I don't think that that's what you're preparing to do. So we're trying to make it easy, simple math. $16 million commitment is essentially the same to an investor. And that's why we're asking for $16 million. The money is not needed it's not needed right up front, but it is needed in order to draw the investor's attention.
What I'm trying to get at is, does the city have time, and does the project have time, not the city does, but does the project have time to try to understand if there's a way to put this as a part of the fiscal year 26 budget? And does the commitment have to come before that exploration process? Does the commitment have to come tonight?
So I heard somebody phrase it as $4 million in this budget year cycle and then an additional $12 million in another year budget year cycles. So in terms that I understand, that is true. The $4 million would be needed up front at the close of the construction financing, and that's when all of the pre-development debts are settled. That's when the developer fee would be paid, the portion that is earned up to now. And then the remaining $12 million, that wouldn't be needed until construction completion,
Right,
and that's
27.
2 years down the line.
But you would need the commitment tonight,
Correct.
is what I'm understanding.
That's what would,
Next fiscal year. It's next fiscal. We did 25, 26.
my mistake.
Yeah.
Right, the 4 million, 25, 26, and the, right.
Thank you, Tara.
So thank you for that information.
Okay.
Can I just clarify
And
that?
Tara is the executive director. I'm just the housing director.
No, sorry, I just wanted to make sure they had the right info. Correct.
And I'm sorry, CFO Server, can you just repeat that one more time, or whatever the complete, with the amendment, or whatever the,
So what we were saying from the beginning is that we would ask for a $16 million loan commitment now, with $4 million coming from the next fiscal year budget of the city, which is the 25-26 budget, and the remaining $12 million would come at the end of the project at 27-28 fiscal year budget.
Thank you.
Can I clarify, though, about making a budget amendment? So for the council to give Community Corp a commitment today requires a 4/5 vote because you are appropriating $16 million. Whether that goes in July, whether that goes in 2027, to make the commitment, if the council is appropriating money, that requires a 4/5 vote to do that amendment. If you're talking about doing it as part of the budget process, then that action is taken on June 9th is when we are planning to come back for adoption of the budget. And only at that meeting, at the budget meeting, when you adopt the budget, does budget appropriation require 3 votes of the council.
Direction from council on, the final direction from council on budget is on May.
Direction will be, we will submit a budget to you I believe it's May 12th. We will do the presentation and take direction on the nights of May 19th and 20th. But the final budget action, when you appropriate all the funds, is scheduled to be for June 9th.
Okay, thank you. So I can't appropriate 16 million today. I don't. I want the project, but I can't do that. So can I call a vote, a motion?
I would, it looks like I'm going to make a motion, and if it fails, then it fails. But I'd like to make a motion to direct the city manager to commit $60 million from the city to CCSM for Jubilee Village, $4 million to be added to the 25-26 budget and to be paid in July 2025, and $12 million to be added to the 27-28 budget cycle and paid at the close of construction.
Is there a second?
There's a second, but I want to acknowledge that this is direction, right? We're giving direction to the city manager. Is this? I want to acknowledge what was just said, and there's a second. Yes. Can we understand how this is going to work? Just based on what you just said, CFO. But there's a second. Yes, I'm seconding it.
To truly make a commitment, you have to appropriate the money. I mean, if that's what they're asking for, a commitment means you're appropriating the funds. And because the direction, even for a budget in 27, 28, unless you are fully committed to appropriating the funds, that budget could be different. So for the purposes of what Community Corp has said, they need assurances that the money is coming, which means that the council would have to appropriate those funds.
I have a motion, waiting for someone to make a second.
I seconded it.
Oh, I didn't see it on the.
But I think what we're running into is the content of the motion. Am I misunderstanding? Is the content? I mean, can we give direction to the city manager for this appropriation or not? And that's what I'm trying to understand.
That's not the motion. The motion's, as I understand it now.
I said direct. Yeah, just to be.
But
Okay.
isn't the motion? Isn't the motion tonight? Aren't you making a motion to make a budget amendment tonight?
So I'm seeking, so I'll just read it back.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm directing the city manager to commit $16 million from the city to CPSM for Jubilee Village, and exploring that $4 million be added to the 25-26 budget and to be paid out in July 2025, and $12 million to be added to the 27-28 budget and paid at the close of construction. So that was my request.
And Councilmember, just make sure we're all on the same page and have clarity. That's direction for us to, administratively go down that path. But you won't be able to make that commitment until January 9th with 3 votes. June 9th. So there's no commitment until June 9th.
Correct.
But it's an intent. It's an intent to.
But the city can't enter into any agreement with Community Corp unless the funds have been appropriated. So unless the council takes action to appropriate the funds tonight or on June 9th, whenever, at that point, the city could enter into a commitment. But
An appropriation is an action. I mean, it's an official action. When you adopt a budget, that's an appropriation. And that happens once a year. Other than that, the only other way the council can appropriate funds is with 4 votes. But it's actually an action taken by the council. So even though you give us direction to do this, nothing has happened until you take the appropriation action, if that makes sense.
So just to understand, and thank you all for being in dialogue around this item. So hypothetically, we arrive to the June 9th meeting, there would be a request to agendize, or is it just underneath the budget item itself?
I think that, and city manager and CFO will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think tonight you could give direction with 3 votes to include the amounts requested in when they return with the proposed budget. If that's what you're if what you're trying to do is to convey an intention, but not appropriate the money at this point, then I think that is your option.
I just wanted them to be clear that even though they give that...
City manager, is your mic on?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted them to be clear that even though they give that direction, there's no appropriation until June 9th.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure we all knew what was going on, so...
So in effect, we could not enter into an agreement. We could include that in the budget, but there could not be an agreement that we entered into because the funds had not yet been appropriated
And when we
by
adopt
this council.
when we adopt that budget, they can be appropriated.
And that would be after
Okay.
June 9th.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification, and there's a second on the motion.
So do I have to change any of the language in the motion, or are we all right? Happy to read it back.
I think what you're trying to do is, if this works for you, Councilmember Moran, is you're wanting to direct the city manager to include the funding for this loan in the proposed budget that's presented to the city council during the fiscal year 24-25 budget.
Yes, but I think the way it's been described is that it won't be all of the 16 million,
Right,
so we're going to keep that in context.
The 4 million in the
Okay.
fiscal year 24-25, and then the other 12 in the, 25, yeah, thank you, 25-26, and the other 12 million in 27-28. But I heard some
would
conversation
disagree.
going on, so I might be corrected here, just.
Okay.
I would disagree because we could not enter into a commitment with Community Corp if the full 16 million were not appropriated. Whether or not we pay it in the next fiscal year or in the future fiscal year, it has to be set aside, whether it's dispersed to them or not. That full 16 million has to be set aside because you cannot foreclose on a subsequent council's decision-making authority on what they would include in a budget. So unless you fully set aside the 16 million, the city couldn't enter into a commitment agreement.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
So we'd have to set aside the full 16.
That's fine.
You.
Do you want to have the city clerk read that back?
Sure, I thought the city attorney did, but there was a new amendment, so.
The only difference is that the motion, instead of directing the city manager to come back with the proposed budget that includes the 4 million, it needs to come back with the proposed budget that includes
full
the
amount.
16, the full amount, yeah.
With the correction from CFO Sorger, yes.
Is the city clerk clear?
I have Direct the city manager to include funds in the 25-26 budget from the city to CCSM to include the full 16 million. Or for the full 16 million.
Point of clarification, but we can appropriate the 16 million, but then we could put it in different budget cycles.
You would appropriate the money, you wouldn't necessarily disperse it. For example, the city council in 2022 has appropriated $4 million to this project. It hasn't dispersed any of it yet.
Okay.
But that money is set aside and appropriated. So it's waiting, it's not necessarily dispersed.
Thank you.
Are we good?
I'm fine.
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin and a second by Councilmember Fish. Please vote. That motion passes, 3 ayes. No from the mayor, and 1 abstain from Councilmember Vera.
Okay. I just want to be clear that that didn't require forfeits because it was just direction for the budget, to put it into the budget. Okay.
We have not appropriated the money.
Got it.
We
Okay.
will put in a line item in the budget, and at that point, the council can make a determination. So I would make, there is no
So
formal
at that
commitment.
point, we see where we're at?
Correct.
Okay.
And can I get one point of just a clarification on when the Section 8 vouchers need to be committed or signed for the city? I don't know if someone from Community Corp can speak to that.
Simon.
I know we just voted, but I don't know if this is an urgent or time-sensitive matter. Is just the issue of the Section 8 vouchers.
Yes.
Does the city need to take action regarding those Section 8 vouchers?
The 42 or?
Yes.
The 93?
Well, the 42.
The 42?
Yeah.
What we need is an agreement to enter into a housing assistance payment contract. It's called an AHAP. And that does need to be in place at the close of construction financing, which we're hoping is July, possibly August. So that does need to happen, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
so he is correct. We've done our competitive process. We've selected a developer to receive those vouchers. And then we must come to council, or actually the Housing Authority Board, you will be functioning as the board, to enter into what they refer to as an AHAP. We do not, after the AHAP, you enter into a HAP, but that is only after construction is completed. The Housing Authority inspects and agrees that the project is done and meets all the conditions of the AHAP. And that does not happen. So money does not flow until after you have that HAP and the Housing Authority has approved those units.
Okay, so you're aware that that could take till July?
Oh, absolutely.
Until the budget is adopted,
The
essentially.
investment community is prepared to put their money into a project based on an AHAP having been executed. They know that a HAP contract will be 2 years plus down the road, and it's at that point that they would put a much larger sum of money into the project, and they want to make sure that that HAP contract is in place before they do that. So it's all contingent.
But understand that HAP does not happen until the project is completed.
So we're making promises high and low, left and right. We're committing our entire organizational's reputation every time we do this, and we do it regularly, and we succeed.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure that the city, that we don't owe you anything in order at this time to make sure the project remains viable. until
Thank
the
you for your
budget
support.
passes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to A2. Discussion of Culver City becoming a climate emergency city and a C4 member.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works. This item came before the City Council back in November 2024 to discuss becoming a climate emergency city and a C40 member. But no action was taken back then. The City Council requested that this item be re-agendized for further discussion. Earlier this year, in January, the City Council, at the January 13th City Council meeting, the City Council requested that staff incorporate a discussion on improvements to the building safety code related to wildfires, as well as potential measures to incentivize homeowners to harden their homes against wildfires. Additionally, the City Council asked staff to explore ways to better prepare for catastrophic events, allowing for increased mobility and more efficient evacuation of congested areas within the city. So the three questions before us tonight are the following. Number one, discuss the possibility of Culver City becoming a climate emergency city and a C40 member. The second question is discuss the building safety codes and emergency preparedness in response to recent wildfires. And number three, but only if desired, provide direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. So I'll tackle the first one, and then I'll turn it over to other city departments. Regarding becoming a C40 member. C40 is an organization of approximately 96 large cities throughout the world, including Los Angeles. The mayors of C40 cities are committed to the goal of reducing their city's greenhouse gas emissions to avoid having the planet's temperature rise more than 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit, along with promoting environmental justice and sustainability. Staff contacted C40 and were informed that membership is limited to cities with 3 million or more in population, and that they cap their membership by region. Therefore, Culver City is ineligible due to our population size. And with that, I'll turn it over to Troy from Planning to talk about what our general plan currently includes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Troy Evangelo, Advanced Planning. I want to talk about how our general plan addresses climate change. So the general plan works on two different methods for climate change. One is a sustainability focus, and the other is through emergency evacuation analysis. On the sustainability front, we do have a greenhouse gas reduction element as a component of the general plan, and that outlines different initiatives such as electrifying our vehicle fleet, trying to reach carbon neutral by 2045, looking at zero waste for our garbage and recycling. In addition, we've identified sustainability as a core value in the general plan, and we have other sustainability initiatives throughout other elements, such as our conservation element with programs for planting more trees to reduce carbon, and also our community health and environmental justice element looking at air quality and better air filtration for buildings. So that's sort of the sustainability side of the general plan. It also includes an evacuation analysis. And this is a requirement from the state of California. All new general plans, as part of their safety element, have to review evacuation routes and analyze it for different scenarios, including for climate change. So we have to look at natural disasters from different severe weather occurrences, and we have done that in our general plan. So we have a pretty robust appendix that analyzes evacuation routes under different circumstances such as fire and flood. And our fire department has picked up where we left off with that analysis and is working at putting that into their emergency operations plans. And so with that, I'd like to invite my colleagues from fire to join us and expand on that.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Christine Parra. I'm the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator with the city, or for the city, I should say. So as highlighted in the staff report, we're witnessing an increasing frequency of catastrophic events related to climate change, not only across the state, but also within our city. This risk is particularly heightened in our very high fire hazard severity zones, which include the neighborhoods of Culver Crest and Blair Hills. Attached to the staff report, you'll find a draft of our evacuation plan. This plan has been developed using insights from the evacuation route capacity and viability study, which, as Troy mentioned, was prepared as part of our 2023 general plan update, and outlines information including suggested locations for manual traffic control and the estimated hourly evacuation capacity of the different types of roadways within Culver City. We, the Culver City Fire and Police Departments, also collaborated with the LA County Office of Emergency Management, which oversees GENASIS, the evacuation zone software utilized by all cities within the county to map out the city into zones so that we can use that system should we need to conduct an evacuation. This system was most recently utilized for the Palisades and Eaton fires. Additionally, we worked closely with our transportation department and our representative from the Disability Community Resource Center to address the needs of individuals with access and functional needs, ensuring that the plan is both inclusive and comprehensive. Looking ahead, the next steps are to finalize the plan, share it with all relevant departments, and with our partners at the Disability Resource Center for review and feedback, and conduct an exercise to ensure its effectiveness when called upon. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Roger Brom, the Assistant Fire Chief for the Culver City Fire Department. And my portion of this evening is just to give a broad overview on the emergency response to any large incident or emergency impacting our community. So emergency response to any incident is predicated on certain factors. In the case of the very high fire hazard severity zones, wildfire is expected to be the present the most risks and likely threat to the community. In the case of a wildfire in the urban interface, the response will depend on a number of factors to include weather, fuel moisture content, direction of spread, and the immediate threat to structures. Any brush or grass response that is received by the fire department through our dispatch will result in a full alarm assignment, which includes all CCFD apparatus. Through automatic and mutual aid agreements, the incident commander can request immediate assistance from Los Angeles City and Los Angeles County Fire Departments, which will include a multitude of engines, hand crews, and helicopters. The CCFD is in constant contact with our mutual and automatic aid partners to ensure communications and emergency operations in such an event. However, wildfire is not the only large-scale emergency that we at the fire department plan for. As an all-risk department, the fire department is prepared for and trains in response to such emergencies as earthquakes, floods, landslides, just to name a few. A complete list of our community-wide risks can be found on our website in the 2024 Community Risk Assessment and Standard of Cover document. If anyone is interested in looking at this, they can go to www.culvercityfd.org, go to the About Us tab, and look in the Documents section on that page. In the event any incident is predicted to extend more than one operational period, the incident commander or unified command at this point, most likely with our police department, will make the recommendation to activate the Emergency Operations Center, or EOC. The EOC does not take over or run the incident, but is rather an important support mechanism for the incident. In addition to the collaboration mentioned by Christine, the fire department will work closely with and rely on the CCPD to assume the responsibility for the evacuation of affected or threatened areas. The police department will utilize a number of methods to inform the public. For example, the CCPD recently installed a high-low audible warning system in all their vehicles. This system emits a repeating high-low siren sound with the ability to broadcast a message intermittently in English and Spanish. Additionally, targeted evacuations will be conducted door-to-door when necessary, and for those residents who have been identified and may need assistance. As Christine noted in her presentation, the fire department has been working with the transportation department to identify and secure specialized vehicles that can support access and functional needs. It is also important to note that at times, the fire department and the police department may advise residents to shelter in place. That's the end of my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Good evening, Captain Luis Martinez with the Police Department. Our portion on emergency preparedness, and specifically evacuations for catastrophic events, public safety evacuations in the context of climate emergencies are critical in protecting our community, such as incidents such as wildfires, floods, heat waves. The purpose of the evacuations are to prevent the loss of life, reduce injuries, and to protect property. In terms of evacuation planning and coordination, communication is key. So that way we can effectively serve and protect our vulnerable populations such as the elderly, low-income communities, children, healthcare facilities such as hospitals and nursing homes. In terms of notifications, technological innovations, like the police department, like the fire department, the police department has smartphone apps and social media platforms. We use Nixle. The fire department, I believe, uses Everbridge to send communication to the community in case of evacuations. One last piece that I'd like to discuss that Assistant Chief Brom mentioned is a new system called the High-Low Audible Warning System. I have to give credit to Communications Manager Jennifer Atenza for bringing that to Culver City. It is a system that was installed in our police vehicles recently. It's a button that causes a police vehicle to emit a siren followed by a audible warning advising the community that evacuation orders are being disseminated to the community. It's available in other counties, and she worked really hard in bringing it to Culver City. Our staff was recently trained on it. Later this month, I believe the 25th or the 26th, we will be doing more outreach with social media and the media on this very important piece of equipment. And that's all I have. Available to answer any questions as well.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Tim Katsouris, Building Official, Building and Safety Division. Culver City has adopted the California Building Standards Code. The code requirements for development in the very high fire hazard severity zone include special standards for ignition-resistant construction and vegetation management. These standards are already in effect today. California codes and standards are quite comprehensive and among some of the most stringent in the nation. A potential local enhancement to these standards is to require a remote monitored rooftop sprinkler system. However, other local jurisdictions do not require this. Potential incentives for homeowners to make this or other enhancements might involve prioritizing the review and permit process and/or temporarily reducing related fees. An update to the California Building Standards Code reflecting the latest safety standards will be published in July of 2025. The publication, we are expecting an updated standard to address the escalating wildfire risks. Subsequently, the Building Safety Standards Code will then be presented to the City Council for adoption and take effect in January of 2026. Thank you, and that ends the presentation, and we're opening it up to any questions.
Okay. Do we have any speakers on this question?
We do. We have 3.
Okay.
Our 3 speakers are David Coles, Ben Parnas, and Denise Neal. Our first speaker is David Coles.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm commenting solely on the climate elements of this. I've spoken many times over the last few years, especially at the sustainability subcommittee meetings, urging the city to invest in rooftop solar on its municipally owned buildings. And I use the word invest because I really do think that this is something that will pay off for the city in the not too distant future. The price of solar has gone down significantly while the cost of electricity goes up. We are already doing a great job in consuming green, clean energy through the Clean Power Alliance, but we're not doing a very good job of generating clean energy. So we need to invest in rooftop solar and battery storage on all of our municipally owned buildings and parking lots. I think a great first place to start would be police headquarters. Big flat roof, lots of sun. This is low-hanging fruit, and I think we also should conduct energy audits of all municipally owned buildings to see where we're wasting energy and wasting money. Even if you believe that the climate crisis is a hoax, I think that everybody can agree that the city should be looking to save money wherever it can. So whether or not we join this initiative doesn't matter too much to me, but I do think it's important that the city make these investments. Thank you.
I think your next speaker is Ben Parnas.
Hi, good evening. It's cool to see this topic come up. Obviously, it's an important subject recently. And I wanted to emphasize the importance that when we talk about safety and especially evacuating in moments when things are dangerous, that we often assume that people are just going to be driving away from the place. That is a relevant way to get around, and it clearly happened during the fires a few weeks last month. But I just wanted to note, there's been a lot of conversations in Culver City about transportation and how we get around. And obviously there's been talk about the different ways in which we get around. Not all of these are driving. And I wanted to make sure that if we do any work towards planning, figuring out how evacuations happen, obviously there's mitigations, that's part of this too, but if an evacuation happens, it's, I think, equally important to think about how people can move without, let's say they don't have a car or their car is blocked in and they can't leave in the moment of evacuation. Like, are there alternatives? Maybe leveraging transit that the city has under its control to be used for those purposes in those emergencies. Just, it's worth to see that as part of the discussions, and I would really value it as a citizen to see that happen. So thank you.
Presented to the fire department and the police department, Christine Parra, and thanks again to everyone who served during the wildfires for your service. Unfortunately, I learned recently that the federal administration pulled out of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, leaving the agency scrambling for leadership. And the IPCC is one of the world's leading agencies on scientific scholarship on climate change. So this is very unfortunate. While there are many contributing factors, there are many things, big and small, that cities can do to mitigate climate impact and create a more resilient city. And there are significant costs to not taking action. And so there are amazing things, as already noted, in our general plan. It's actually really incredible. But when I agendized this item, I really was hoping to consolidate all the items in the general plan into one document. Because right now, if you have to go through the different elements, and it's on pages 2, 5, 93, et cetera. Then have a timeline, which I know there is a timeline in the general plan, and I know it's difficult because it depends on funding. So the timeline is, dependent, and then also including like a cost and analysis of how much this is going to cost. The Center for Climate Integrity estimated that climate change elements in the city would cost $43 million, but how much is this going to all cost the city to do over time? Obviously, this is going to take a long time. It's not going to happen immediately. List of all of our partners, how we're collaborating with West LA College's Climate Center, and then how we measuring success. So the vulnerability assessment, so that's the impacts of climate change and what extreme weather on transportation infrastructure, annual progress reports. I know that we have the general plan dashboard that's going to have some of this on there, but biannual greenhouse gas emission inventories, consumption-based inventories, and then update plans. And then the last piece with this is a communication plan. So we have so much great things on culvercityrecycles.com, and it's how we get to communicate all of this great information and all that we're doing. Some departments pump out or put out a lot of information about the things that they accomplish and do. So how can we really pump up the sustainability efforts in our city with a communications plan for this? So a dashboard possibly could help in this manner. And then everything about the evacuation plan, emergency preparedness plans seem like that's on a good track, and that part would fit nicely into all of this. And then the only other thing is that under the vulnerable populations, just to include disabled individuals. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fish.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this to us, Vice Mayor Puza. And thank you to all the representatives from different departments that spoke. The gentleman from building, I apologize, I missed your name. Everyone was going by pretty quick, so if you could remind me.
Mr. Katsouris, Tim Katsouris.
Katsouris, thank you. Could you, I know we have, you mentioned the vegetation requirements for homes in the building code. That's specifically for new construction, or does that apply like all homes in Culver City must currently abide by that, or else they are in violation of building code?
Sure, great question. This applies to new homes in the high fire hazard zone. It would also, we also have a separate ordinance for hillside grading projects. And those would be considered hillside development with slopes greater than 15% on the property. And those are also designated in the Culver Crest area. And if they perform major grading, they are required to have a fire prevention landscape plan as well, which is similar to the vegetation management plan.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understood what you just said. So it applies to all homes in the fire zones, new or existing?
New homes.
All new homes in the fire zones. But not all new homes across the entire city.
That's correct.
And homes on a major grade, new homes on a major grade?
Yes, on a hillside, in the hillside area.
On a hillside. So my reason I'm asking about defensible space is because that ended up being a really big factor in the Palisades fire was vegetation. That's not my understanding. Feel free, the experts, correct me if that's not the case. But that vegetation around folks' homes ended up setting on fire. And is there, according or in your view, looking at our policy, which I have here, but is there room to improve, A, and B, can the city do anything to enforce that building code on existing homes or incentivize existing homeowners to comply with that part of the building code?
With the code adoption coming up, there will be new standards that will be published. I believe, it's my understanding, when these are published in July, they will have updated standards that include alterations to existing buildings and additions to those spaces. So those spaces would need to be brought up to code now under the new standards, which we will review in July. As far as existing building spaces and defensible space, I believe I might want to have Chris talk about their fire brush clearance plan. We have a brush clearance program that's in effect that might help alleviate some of these items, I believe.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Ken Powell, the fire chief. So with regards to the existing structures, we have annual brush clearance notices that go out, and we send our inspectors up there, and they make sure there's defensible space. Any issues on, residential property or on the state property or oil fields is addressed with whoever owns that property.
And that's for all existing
Correct.
units in the high fire zone.
If there's issues, if we see issues.
Got it. So this new potential revision in policy that's coming in July could ask more of those homeowners in those zones when it comes to vegetation maintenance and defensible space. Is that what I heard our previous speaker? Yes. Was that right?
I believe that's for new developments. So
Okay.
the fire department handles the brush clearance, and that's based on, California CAL FIRE code and what we've deemed necessary. So we could increase that, but, I want to point out that the terrain that we have here is much different from the Santa Monica Mountains. It's much more sparse. It's not as dense. So, we're a little more reasonable what gets cleared, but, one of our work plans this year is to look at that, our policies and plans and our brush clearance, codes, and we'll look at those and decide whether, we need to increase that, along with, the community outreach we plan on doing when we do send out those notices this year. So there's potential to increase, but, currently, the program's been going on and it runs pretty smoothly, and we haven't had much issue up
You're
there.
talking about the brush clearance.
Brush clearance program.
So is there anything currently existing in the city's processes around or just rules around homeownership where you have to actually maintain defensible space for an existing home that is not a new development, a new home? Do existing homeowners have any regulations around defensible space that they're required to maintain in those fire zones?
Yes, so that's what's part of our brush clearance. They have to maintain a certain feet away from structures, away from, if they run on propane up there, whatever the case may be. So they're
Someone
all,
has a hedge that's like wrapped around their houses, that kind of thing. Like, is that something that, because I'm hearing the word brush clearance and I'm wondering if that is the same thing as saying, hey, you actually can't have this right next to your house like this vegetation or this landscaping, like up
most of
against
that
your home.
vegetation is not an issue. A lot of different vegetations have different moisture contents, oil contents, and that's why they become more flammable. So as far as the actual landscape of the house, we don't typically get into that unless it's abundant, and it's next to, it's hard to describe, but, your typical landscape in a house is not really an issue, is what's, outside of that when you're up against the urban interface.
Understood. And in your professional opinion, anything that can be done to improve defensible space for existing homes? Is there anything that you think the
I think
city should
the biggest issue is getting that point across to the residents and how important that is. And, that'll be, one of our main topics when we have the community meetings, at the beginning of the fire season this year.
Okay.
It's, enforcing it and getting people to understand what that means and making sure it happens. With that defensible space, it makes our jobs a lot easier when we have incidents up there, and it makes it more defensible, just like it's, the title, defensible space.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief Powell.
Councilmember Fish,
yes.
if I could just add, I think it might be responsive to your question. I did want to just mention there that we do have provisions, I believe, I was going to check here, but in our nuisance section of the code for overgrowth, and I think that might have been the word that Chief Powell was looking for. When landscaping gets so overgrown, then it becomes a nuisance. We do have regulations surrounding that, I believe. So that, I don't know if that's responsive to your question at all.
That helps. It's definitely part of it. And so thank you, City Attorney. I also want to ask about the item that I brought forth that became a part of this item, which is what the city can do to improve the ability for residents to evacuate in the event of an emergency. So I read the evacuation annex from the general plan. Totally understand we have what seems like a pretty good evacuation plan. My question is, if we don't have warning of an evacuation, during the Palisades fires, there was a fire at right by Runyon Canyon. I'm sure you're aware, and had several friends who had no notice had to pack up and go, and traffic got so bad that a lot of them couldn't actually get out. So I'm curious, how would emergency vehicles be given access to respond to the fires in the event of a mass evacuation? How do we create that space? I'm thinking, like, if we don't have a bus or emergency lane, is it harder to do that, to create that space for emergency vehicles? Because if we don't have notice of an evacuation, because the report says, like, if we don't have notice of an evacuation, it's harder to go out and ensure traffic moves in a certain way. So that's my question, is if we don't have emergency lanes, is that more challenging for emergency vehicles to access homes?
Our roads up in the Crest area and the Blair Hills area are very tight to begin with, and there's really nothing we can do to get around that. But, we have had incidents up there. We do a lot of training, and we have done coordinate pretty often with PD. So, part of the evacuation plan would be to utilize PD to handle traffic. We're fortunate that, unlike, the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire, the population is very small up there. We don't have, commercial businesses up there. We don't have schools. It's just residents, and it's a small number of residents. So I think with what we have in our plan, that we can manage that pretty well. And I know, you saw some of the issues that the Palisades fire had with, cars blocking roadways and whatnot.
And people had to abandon their cars, and that's
Right.
what I think Ben Parnas, the person who called in, was talking about as well.
That doesn't happen very often. It has happened before at other fires, but, we have mechanisms to get around that as well, whether it's, heavy equipment to move those cars or other access. There's more than one road to get up and down, so I think we've got what we need to handle any situation up there.
Okay. Do we know where our disabled residents are living in the event of an evacuation?
Yes, we do. So we have two mechanisms of that. We have a list that we utilize through Southern California Edison, and we also have a list through Culver City's City Connect. So it requires the resident to register for both, but we have access to both those lists. And both those lists we check monthly to make sure they're current, and fire and PD have those access to that.
That's great news. And then finally, I just want to ask about Culver City Bus. I didn't note it, like, there were a few mentions of transportation, but there wasn't a mention that I saw in the annex about what Culver City Bus would do in the event of and I don't see transportation here, so maybe this is a question for another moment, but just having an understanding of like where transit plays into this with regard to Ben Parnas's comment, for folks who don't have a car, for folks who can't drive, how bus service would react to an evacuation situation. Is that, do we have an existing plan around that?
Yes, we do. So Christine Parr has been working with transportation on that. We have access to vehicles, especially the smaller vehicles that have wheelchair access, and those would be utilized in those instances.
Okay. Does that plan exist anywhere that we can see? Because I just didn't see that in the annex, but.
It's a verbal, right now it's verbal.
Okay.
But we do have,
Right now, it's verbal communication between the fire department, police department, and transportation. There's
Okay.
nothing documented at this time.
Understood. I imagine it would be all hands on deck. Yeah, so those are the biggest things. I do have concerns about us not having more emergency lanes because what we saw with the fires were very little notice in some communities, and folks having to leave with only their car, and then they had to abandon their car in like the worst moment of their lives and flee on foot. So it's just it's disturbing to think about all the cars in Culver City having to get out at one time and not having any reserved space for emergency access. So that's that was something I was interested in seeing from this, which is why I asked for not the evacuation plans, but what are we doing as a city to become more able to evacuate, to become easier to evacuate in the event of an emergency where we don't have the time to go set up different traffic routes. So that's, I don't know if you have a response to that or anything.
So, Councilmember Fish, that is part of our work plan is to look at parking restrictions. So some jurisdictions, what they do, they either have permanent parking restrictions or they have parking restrictions during the fire season. Sometimes they have them, there'll be parking restrictions during wind events like the Santa Ana winds. And basically what they've done is they either allow no parking on certain streets during those times or no parking on one side of the street. So you're basically creating another lane of traffic by allowing that. And that's one of the things we're looking hard at with our work plan this year is some of the streets up there are very tight, even just a fire engine driving up there on a normal day. So those may be streets where we may have some parking restrictions to open up another lane of access for egress and entrance.
Thank you. That sounds positive. I still worry about the level of congestion. Even if we open up all the lanes, when we don't have one designated for emergency vehicles, then we're in a situation, like you said, where you have to go and actually displace move cars out of the way. So I will leave it there. Thanks, Chief Powell. Thank you all for your work on this item. Appreciate it.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Thank you to all our departments that are here to share on this important item. Thanks to the two community members who spoke, and I'll try to keep my comments pretty brief. So I think the last time this item came up, we did sort of rule out participation in C40 because of our smaller size as a city, but I will just lift up the Knowledge Hub on the C40 website is really, really useful just in terms of best practices, really drilling into why this is a crisis and why focusing on emissions is so important to the overall work. I am really grateful to our Vice Mayor for bringing this item up again. Had no idea that the wildfires were coming to bring climate change to our front doors once again, but it's really timely to re-examine our work. And I would also while I really appreciate the fact that we're pulling on there are agreements and conversations happening and plans where evacuations and sort of procedures are laid out. I appreciate that in the work plan for our fire department, Chief Powell. I think you said that the plan would be to compile that, or maybe I make Did you say that? Or am I making that
Yeah,
up?
so what we're going to do is we're going to look at all our policies and standard operating procedures for our high fire hazard areas and evaluate whether they need to be updated, changed, new policies or regulations added, the brush clearance, the parking restrictions, community meetings to, help encourage the brush clearance and basically everything that has to do with those hillsides.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for clarifying that and for you and your team's work to support that work. So I'm grateful to hear that. I would like to see just a bit more on the prevention side and the education side for our community. I know in sustainability, we talk a little bit, sustainability subcommittee, we talk a little bit about education and outreaches around this work, because I do think when we make actions and, we talk about climate change and climate emergency, we still do have a considerable amount of neighbors who don't really see this issue as urgent or timely, or that we should, there are other things that we should worry about. Climate is like so far off. Culver City can't do anything about climate, so I don't know why the city council is talking about it. We get that, I wouldn't say a lot, but enough that it's good to mention in this space. So like having an education piece that really, and I'm not sure if that's fully, like if we could just pull that directly from our general plan language into like one document, but just really kind of laying out why it's urgent. I think the wildfires make it harder, the most recent wildfires make it harder for neighbors to make that case because it brought it to our doorsteps. We all know some folks, or many folks, I know quite a few who lost everything. So, I'll leave that, but I'm grateful that y'all are going to work on that. Plus one on the fact that we really want to name, God bless you, we really want to bless, we really want to lift up the fact that our disabled neighbors are named in the plan specifically. I know it's that elderly and disabled, so making sure that that's really clearly spelled out. Grateful that we have a list and folks are, although they have to affirmatively opt in, I'm hopeful that we're collaborating potentially with our Disability Advisory Committee and other spaces where folks are plugged in that community have awareness about those lists and can make sure that we know how to find them. If there are any lessons learned, since I know there was a lot of overlap between both fire and police and potentially other departments in terms of county, FD, LAFD, and other, if there are any best practices, things to learn in terms of as we sort of still navigate this recovery, would love for that to, be for best practices or lessons learned to be incorporated into our plans. And I did notice that the evacuation document was in draft form. Is that going to be, are y'all waiting on us to approve that? Or what's the process with that? That was my last question. Or at least it says draft when you look at it. Sorry to make you come back up.
That's okay. Thank you for that question. We actually were working with the county on identifying the zones for Culver City, because what they did is they had a company map out the entire county and pre-selected zones. And so that's why when you saw during the fires, you saw zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and so people were like, what zone am I? Oh, I can't remember. So we were working with them on our zones, and so they gave us a map with pre-identified.
Ms. Neal, you okay? Okay.
So they gave us a map with different zones, and so working with our fire marshal and with a lieutenant over the police department and our GIS team, we were reviewing those zones to see how they mapped up, what they look like, so forth and so on. And so when we were going over that process, the fires broke out.
Yeah.
And so we had our evacuation plan, but we were waiting to finalize the zones to put them in. And so that's what you got when you were requesting, when council was requesting a copy of the evacuation plan. You got it in draft zone because I was still waiting for it to be published. But I'd like to share that what we did in order to make it a little bit easier for our community to understand their zone is we named them after our neighborhoods. So it's going to be Culver Crest, Sunkist, Del Marino, whatever.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and so we just felt that would be much easier than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so coming your way soon, as soon as we finish finalizing that and then getting it to all the department heads. And we've been working really closely with the Disability Resource Center, who's been amazing at reviewing all my plans and giving me some incredible insight and recommendations on how to move this forward so that we're inclusive for the whole community.
Thank you so much, Ms. Parra. Thank you to everyone, and I really appreciate the cross-collaboration across all of our departments to make this happen. So thank you so much, and keep up the amazing work.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for the presentation, Chief Powell, Dimitri, everybody involved, Captain. It sounds like from the city level, you guys are doing things, everything possible, and I really appreciate some of the questions were brought up by my colleagues that you guys already had thought about and are already dealing with it. I don't know that we can do much more, but I appreciate all your work. And that's it from me, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Just want to echo my colleagues. Thank yous to all of you for preparing all this. Just a couple of really quick questions. They covered most of it. Director Munzer. When we were doing, there was a lot of discussion during the land use ordinance development, and we were trying to exempt the Crest and the Blair Hills area from added density and certain things, and we got told we couldn't do that. I can't remember the reasons why, and I'm wondering if there's any sense if there's a concern added cars up there because of more units, and it's already challenging to navigate emergency response vehicles up there. Are you hearing anything coming down that there might be changes in that area where at least those areas?
I have not. Okay. I have not heard anything. The issue originally was we had limited ADU development in those areas, and we're told we could not do that. Okay. So we had to modify the ordinance to not prohibit ADUs, specifically in Culver Crest, but I believe Blair Hills too. But I haven't heard anything further. And the zoning did not change for those areas during the general plan.
Okay. I mean, some of the, I don't know, just to think about for us, I think I think it was Berkeley, maybe, we talked about in council where there were fires in the hills, and emergency vehicles had a hard time navigating that with the tight corners and everything, and with no parking minimums up there and more density means more cars parked on the street likely. So it's just a concern. I don't know if it's worth examining a little bit. Thank you. Captain Martinez. With the high-low warning system, it was mentioned that there's a pre-programmed evac message that can go out. Can we, if we needed to send out other information, could that also go out through this process?
I'd have to look into that, but it's very specific to evacuation orders. So it says something to the effect of, this is the Culver City Police Department, this area is being evacuated, you have to leave now, and if you don't, there may be loss of life. I would have to look into whether you can add different language, different statements. I can get back to you on that.
Yeah, I think that'd be important. I just keep going back. I saw a presentation by the communication director from Paradise, and her last message out to the public via social media was, there's a fire 30 miles away, we're good. And then they lost all cell service. They were unable to communicate with their residents. Kids were in school. It was a really unfortunate situation. So that would be our primary way of getting, I would think, in that scenario where we lose electricity or we lose cell service, that's our way of getting the messages out. I see Chief Powell shifting in his chair.
I'll look into that and get you an answer.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to add, Mayor, the emergency vehicles all have PAs, so if they wanted to say something specific, they could just key the mic and, it would come out a PA if it was a different message that needed to be, broadcasted as well.
Okay, great, thanks. And then for Chief Powell, I know I had requested, and I think you confirmed it, I had requested in the budget workshop that you have community meetings up in the Crest and Blair Hills area to educate and all that. That's in the plans.
Yes, so the plan right now is to have one just before the beginning of fire season and before we send out the notices for brush clearance. And then, if we have significant wind events, like, some of the Santa Ana winds we had during these recent fires, we would probably set up an emergency community meeting just to, reiterate everything that we've said before and comfort the community.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I just, I'm going to let Vice Mayor Puza, present a motion. Since this is what I understood was summarize all the elements within the general plan into one document, and then or add them all up, put them into one document, and then maybe create a summary page. But I'll let you go.
Mayor, if I may ask one more question before the motion that I forgot to ask. Thank you. And this is for our the gentleman from Building Code Enforcement. Again, thank you. I'm just curious.
Tim Kasuris.
Tim Kasuris, thank you. I'm going to start writing down names right when I get them. I really appreciate that you had like a concrete suggestion in the staff report about something we can do that the city isn't already doing. That's really helpful for us up here, just to when we're trying to see what your professional opinions are. So can you elaborate on the local enhancement to the standards that could include this requirement for remote rooftop sprinkler systems? Is that something that your department would include in this update that you're discussing returning to us with for us to decide on? Or is that something that you would be interested, that you would, that we should consider right now directing you to, report back on?
Sure. That was, to implement that as part of a standard, we definitely would need to do some more research on that specifically. It was one example that I found from a vendor from the Franklin fire. So that was one example that I found that had this solution, and it was one of the tools that was used by this particular property. We're going to evaluate all the new standards as they come out. They're going to come out in July. We are expecting updates and a change to the current standards that we have, and we'll review those, and we'll bring those back for consideration.
And you would be able to include that, and for us to see like if other cities have some kind of sprinkler system, requirements or anything, if cities are exploring that, or just more information on that sounds interesting.
We could review this one more and present those findings at that time. Right now, I'm not aware of any other cities that currently use this system as a mandatory requirement.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it for me. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to create a climate emergency document action plan that would include a timeline, all the items that are relevant in the general plan, a cost analysis, list of partners, measurement of success. So within that, do I need to list that part out, or just can that be a broad category? Just a measurement of success, and then communication and education plan in addition to the building safety codes and emergency preparedness plans.
Did you make the motion on the screen, Vice Mayor?
On the what?
On the screen? On this screen?
Oh,
Did you
no.
press the button?
Thank you. Worse hearing.
Okay. I have a motion by Vice Mayor Puza, second by Councilmember Fish. I don't know if I have. As stated, to create a climate emergency plan, including all of the items discussed and mentioned by Vice Mayor Puza, including a measurement of success and communication and safety plan to be placed in one document with a summary and index. Please vote. All members have voted, and the motion passes unanimously.
Good evening again. Jesse Mays, Assistant City Manager. This item is a request on Culver City's sanctuary city policies and to consider an amendment to the city's 2016 anti-hate resolution. The Culver City City Council adopted a resolution in 2017 to be a sanctuary city for all its residents. Culver City's policy was enacted 7 months before Senate Bill 54, the California Values Act. Senate Bill 54 prohibits California's state and local law enforcement agencies from using agency or department money or personnel to investigate, interrogate, detain, detect, or arrest persons for specified immigration enforcement purposes. SB 54 is the law of the land throughout California, including in Culver City, and was upheld by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. The Culver City Police Department has integrated the policies of Culver City's Sanctuary City Resolution and SB 54 into CCPD policies. CCPD has also issued training bulletins to its staff on immigration policies. SB 54 requires CCPD to submit an annual report to the California Department of Justice regarding SB 54 and any assistance provided to ICE. Since SB 54 was passed, every annual report has reported no assistance with ICE. The current landscape federally and in California is constantly changing. A summary of the chronology of the recent past is included in the staff report. Some possible responses to the current federal administration's sanctuary city policies are also included in the staff report. Finally, 2 options for an amendment to Culver City's 2016 anti-hate resolution are attached to the staff report. One has language that is more specific, and one has language that is more general. That concludes my staff report.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any speakers?
We have 4?
Okay.
5, actually.
Okay.
Our 5 speakers are Mariah Fontaine, Alice H., Daryl Minthy, Ronald Davis, and Denise Neal. Our first speaker is Mariah Fontaine, with 1 minute seated by Maria Begg.
Good evening, Council. I'm Mariah Fontaine, resident of Culver City. I'm here to ask that we not amend the report today. I think that specifically the removal of the protections for Muslim and Arab Americans, especially during Ramadan, when most of them are fasting or at the mosque praying right now, they can't represent themselves because they're not available this month, is not right. I think they should have a voice, and especially since that resolution was specifically for them and they're not here to speak, I don't think today is appropriate to remove that language. While I'm all for anti-hate resolutions, an anti-hate resolution, whether in general or specifically worded, I'd rather you not amend it today or amend it at all, actually. In that way, maybe you could do a new resolution that is more specific towards anti-hate, and as you said, for Anti-Hate Week. I do want to specify that there has been an alarming rise in anti-Arab and Muslim hate. I mean, just this weekend, Mahmoud Khalid was detained on Saturday at his university, Columbia University in New York. He is a green card holder. He's married to a U.S. citizen who happens to be 8 months pregnant. He was abducted from his university housing. This is a very dangerous precedent. Last week, 2 Muslim teenagers, 14 years old, at a Connecticut school district were assaulted because they were wearing their hijab at school. They were wearing a head covering, and they were physically assaulted by students at a middle school in Connecticut. Last week, the state of Israel blocked all aid into Gaza, once again, food, medicine, water, and now they want to cut off electricity. The film No Other Land won the documentary, the category for best documentary, and yet they still don't have a distributor in the United States. If you want to watch it online, you have to buy a VPN and watch it from a foreign country. Just a couple weeks ago, Wadi Al-Fayouma, a 6-year-old boy who was brutally murdered and stabbed by his Chicago landlord, on October 14th, 2023, a landlord who loved this boy because of all the messaging he heard. I mean, there's so much.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a lot more to say, but I'm a little tired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alice H. with 1 minute, seated by Ashraf Harari.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Hi. Hi again. I'm a Culver City resident. I grew up going to a Christian church, and I'm not Arab, but I'm here on behalf of the Muslim and Arab community who will be affected with the changes proposed by the anti-hate resolution revisions. I'm also here on behalf of my 3 half-Palestinian children. Though I believe the spirit of these proposed red lines are toward more inclusivity, removing specific anti-Muslim hate language in the anti-hate resolution, especially now, would be a huge step backwards. Islamophobic, anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab hate crimes have been on a fearful rise. I'm not talking about just something that makes one feel merely uncomfortable. I'm talking about actual violence. Mariah already detailed some cases. I'll go ahead and detail some more. In September of 2024, a woman in Dallas at a public swimming pool attempted to drown a Palestinian American girl who was only 3 years old. In November of 2023, 3 20-year-old college students of Palestinian descent in Vermont were shot for speaking Arabic. And then Mariah also mentioned this, but I just want to tell you a little bit more detail. In October of 2023, a Palestinian boy named Wadia died when his landlord yelled, "You Muslims must die," and stabbed him 26 times. He was 6 years old. CARE reported that in 2023, anti-Arab and anti-Muslim hate incidents were the most it's ever been in its 30-year history. Arabs and Muslims in Culver City have already felt unseen, unheard, and you propose, or the city proposes this during their holy month of Ramadan. They've had to watch their people get exterminated in Gaza, while this city created a resolution on October 23rd to stand with the perpetrator of the war crimes that have killed more than 20,000 children. Their pleas for a ceasefire or an amendment to the October 23rd resolution has gotten ignored. And now they have to deal with this. Being specific in your anti-hate resolution will ensure that you protect the disenfranchised. And currently, those disenfranchised are the Arabs and Muslims in your community, who not only have to watch their backs from racist hatred and violence on American soil, but from their own city legislators that may just hang them out to dry. Instead, I recommend you keep the existing resolution from 2016, add the broader coverage in the end or in a new one, and also tap into your Arab and Muslim community members for a dialogue. See how they feel. Try listening to them.
Your time has expired.
Don't remove the
Thank you.
anti-Muslim language. Scott Urey, a Jewish history professor.
Mayor, if I may, I want to clarify, this would be entirely new resolution. It doesn't eliminate the 2016 resolution. Attached to the staff report are two entirely new resolutions. I think what's confusing is we included red lines showing where we had made changes from the 2016 resolution, which unfortunately does, because we wanted to get more broad, eliminate the specific language regarding Muslims. But the intent was not to remove that language. It was just to show the differences so you could see how it would change between 2016 and 2025. So I just wanted to clarify that. This would be entirely new resolutions. The old 2016 resolution would not be changed in any way and would remain on the books in the city's records. So just to clarify.
Yeah, and I was jotting down notes about all this while the speakers were talking. I'm curious, could we also amend the title of the 26th resolution to reflect what it was addressing, so we don't have two anti-hate titled resolutions? So I was jotting down as a title for that, for the 2016 resolution, Culver City's 2016 response to President Trump's anti-Muslim, anti-Arab language and policies, because that's what it was at the time. Is that, can that be done?
I'll clarify. Resolutions are typically not amended. Resolutions are, if you want to keep the 2016 resolution and with a new title, you would adopt that, rescinding the prior one. But resolutions aren't amended. They're adopted and rescinded, or they're adopted to supersede something else. So that would be how you would accomplish that.
Okay, so we can talk about that when we get to, okay, thanks. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Daryl Minthy, followed by Ronald Davis.
Well, I made it in today. Thank you all. I wanted to speak as an individual first to express my strong support for the Culver City's policies on immigration enforcement, what we call the sanctuary city policies, but also just to talk about sort of the climate of fear that makes its way into the staff report from the federal government, and just to talk about just how ordinary Culver City's policies really are, and how much they are within our rights. I want to sort of lift up a historical precedent for you, and that's 100 years ago, prohibition was the law of the land. Many states and local governments did not want to spend any money to enforce prohibition. This is on alcohol. That's why we got the Volstead Act. That's why you see Treasury agents going out to enforce it. If you watch The Untouchables, you can see Kevin Costner and Sean Connery playing out on television this drama where federal agents go to enforce the law, and sometimes local police help and sometimes local police don't. In fact, if you want to geek out about 1920s law reports, and I've done this, you discover that the real question they were asking is, can the states cooperate with the federal government when it's not a state crime? So, yeah, we are well within our rights to say that we do not choose to spend time or money to enforce federal law. And there's nothing extraordinary about us saying that. I also want to just sort of conclude by saying you may recall how the Prohibition story ended. It ended with the repeal of Prohibition laws, and I hope that with cities taking our stands like this, we will ultimately get a more just set of immigration laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ronald Davis, followed by Denise Neal.
Thank you. I would like to speak in support of a new resolution, if you will, one that would take into consideration and specifically state that Culver City is opposed to any expressions of hate that is aimed at our Arab and Muslim communities, as well as our Jewish communities. I think a resolution from our city, because of the history of what we have gone through, especially in the last year, where there have been hate crimes, hate messages sent and death messages sent to members of our Arab community, that a resolution like the one in 2016 has to address the moment, has to deal with what the issues are that we're concerned with. Right now, our Arab neighbors, our Muslim friends, they are terrified and concerned that Culver City seems to still remain silent on the issues that are affecting them. Now, you can have a resolution that is generic, you can do that, but if it doesn't specifically address why people are so concerned, then it's going to look like it's just pro forma. It doesn't have any meaning. What I would suggest is that you do not have a resolution that does not define hate specifically in terms of our community. Be very, very careful, because if we're not careful, people will use a generic resolution to justify attacks on anyone who is criticizing the state of Israel and the war against the Palestinian people as being anti-Semitic. That's happening all over the country. If you're criticizing Israel for what the world seems to think is genocide, it's anti-Semitic.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and community at large. This is kind of funny. I'd like to know about our sanctuary city policies and what role consulates have to play in protecting the people that they're supposed to be representing. I don't know who to talk to about this, but I've had people in the community that have these issues and they're afraid of being sent somewhere, but they want to stay, and I don't know how to handle these situations. Okay.
I think our sanctuary city policy, and if any enhancements we might place on that, lets folks from that community know that they can come to us. Before I go around, I want to kind of address one of the concerns, and I think it is valid, that we're talking about something making a new resolution, and potentially, if we do as I queried, amend it, the prior one, to have a different title. It's doing it in reference to a community that is observing a holiday where they can't come out and speak on this. So I think that that's a valid concern. I think we should bring it back before we, do a vote on it. But talk about what we're thinking. Now that it's all quite clear that we're creating a new resolution, that allays a lot of the concerns. I do agree that seeing the prior resolution with all the red lines through it is pretty jarring if you're from the Muslim or Arab community or an ally of, and it comforts me that this would be a new resolution. But I'm going to let council members weigh in, and I'll speak again after hearing everyone about the sanctuary city policy. So, Councilmember Fish.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd be in favor of adopting the new resolution. And then what you're saying is you'd like to consider whether to rename, but it sounds like we can't rename. We'd have to adopt a brand new resolution.
Yeah, you would rescind the old one
Right.
and adopt.
And that we would do that on a different night. Okay, well, that all sounds fine. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about the sanctuary city policy. And thank you, Assistant City Manager, for all your work on this. And the new resolution, back before the sanctuary city policies, for the new resolution, you have these two versions. One sort of specifically identifies different groups. The other is more general. I'm wondering if that, actually for Councilmember McMorrin, because that was a suggestion from your end, was having sort of like having some language that was more general. Did you see that as a separate option for the resolution, or as something that you wanted to see incorporated into the resolution with the specific groups also named? I'm curious what your what your direction was.
Thanks, Councilmember Fish. So yes, I think I agendized this in the first meeting of 2025 in response to the incoming Trump administration and what we believed at the time to be incoming threats to the LGBTQIA community, communities of color, undocumented neighbors who are not just in the Latinx or Latina community, and making sure that we are not only just responding to what's happening nationally, but also being very responsive to our very alarming anti-hate or hate crimes metrics that were the highest they had ever been in the past year as collected by LA County. So to directly answer your question, in terms of naming specific groups, even I have a little pause with bringing back a resolution from 2016 because that was a different circumstance, a different time to remind, to deal with what was happening at that time. And I'm not sure what bringing it back would do when we could just amend the title of what we're doing today to reflect what we're doing today as opposed to calling that back. But anyway, in terms of being specific or more general, I didn't have a strong preference. I do think if you do a specific list, someone is always going to be left out, and then that group would be like, hey, I'm not here, which is why I really wanted to bring in the data of what was happening in the county to really inform if we were going to lift up groups. It was data driven, so it's not like we're just lifting up groups that, and there's nothing wrong with lifting up groups, right? But the concern with the exhaustive list is that we might miss someone, right? So that's the benefit of potentially having some generality in what we're saying. And again, the goal is to recommit our values to our community members so they have something to look to. And so we could just amplify that because we're 2 months in and it's already really tough.
So I'm curious if we could take some of the language just based on that. Like, it seems like it's more categories. Like, I like that it names the specific categories of, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, immigration status. Could we bring the language that has also some of the general, like the fact that the city uplifts the dignity of all or recognizes or affirms the dignity of all people? Is there any of that language that we can just put into the one that actually just specifically names those categories, those protected classes. That's my only ask. I was just surprised to see them come back as two separate, because in my mind, when the direction was given, I thought that it was going to be one document, the classes, and then just some language that just lets everyone feel like that just represents all human beings in the city. So let me know if that's clear, what I just asked about.
Yeah, I think it would be totally simple to combine them. I think you would just combine the things after hereby resolve from the more general with the underneath the now therefore hereby resolve from the more specific.
Okay.
Just combine the non-whereases.
Great. It doesn't sound like a big lift. So I appreciate you providing both of those for us to see both options. And then just shifting a little bit to the sanctuary city policy, and I just am curious if we have a policy around our buses, and this hasn't happened yet, but I could foresee a scenario. We have had an ICE situation in our city, and I can foresee a situation where our buses or our transit systems are, one day used for that purpose. I hope it never happens, but I'm just curious if I know the city's not cooperating with any immigration enforcement. Do we have a policy about whether our transportation system allows immigration enforcement to board the buses, to ask questions on transit? Is that encompassed in our policy?
I don't know, actually. I don't know, actually. I think we'd have to reach out to transportation. I mean, I'm guessing probably no, but they may have something about, what to do when law enforcement wants to board a bus. I don't know.
I know it's a sticky, yeah.
Councilman, we'll have to get back to you, but I don't think we could prevent ICE from boarding the bus. I don't think we'd have that ability.
I understand if they have a warrant, and there are certain reasons why the city, even in our existing policy, when we have to comply, right? When they have a warrant, we're legally required to. My question is more just if they don't have that documentation and they just want to, what is the protocol? And if that answer is not readily available, I understand.
We'll have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to ask if there's a potential to do like a Know Your Rights information campaign on buses. This is something that Metro has initiated. It's just essentially information in the inside of the bus where there's typically advertising that advertises to folks who are immigrants who might be undocumented, that just goes over their rights. It's just something small that we might be able to do as a city. And I don't know the dynamics of our city messaging or advertising policy, but I know we did do a mobile crisis team announcement on the buses. So I was just curious if there's a way we could add an announcement inside the bus, or if we have that capability to do it. And if we want to follow up with Diana or Director Chang, I'm happy to.
Councilmember, we can do that if that's the direction from the council.
Okay. Thank you. And then my last question, I know we agendized a conversation around the technology we're collecting from across our departments, and just reviewing our privacy policies. I know we collect, our license plate reader technology. We have body cams. Some drones are in use as well. And I know we have a agendized conversation around what are our privacy policies and ways we can strengthen those. Do we have an idea of when that's coming to council?
I can reach out to Chief Sims and see when that's going to be coming to council. I wasn't here for that council meeting, so I can get back to you on that.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, those are my questions. Thanks.
Councilmember Horn.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for bringing this item back fairly quickly. Thanks to community members for sharing concerns. Appreciate that. I am also in favor, in addition to what I stated earlier, because I'm getting tired. I'm fine with the A and B combination. I definitely support expansion of Know Your Rights information on buses. I also would consider expansion or posters at the parks, in council chambers, potential partnerships with our business associations and any other stakeholders who we typically have relationships with. I think, as I mentioned earlier, in my announcements, I went to our Congresswoman's Defending Democracy event this weekend with the Vice Mayor and Council Member Fish, and these were a part of sort of the check-in. So like having, and they don't have to be these, but having the city have functionally small cards that make the public, because it's not just, I think, while I appreciate what is the title, like awareness about discrimination, this really impacts all of us, right? So knowing what's the deal with these cards is helpful for folks who are undocumented and also for neighbors that, were born here or have their paperwork. So doing what we can to make sure that folks feel like, we are all invested in the safety and well-being of our neighbors and community, I think I'm all for, and having language and campaigns around it, I think is a clear way to live those values. I think and I know that there's some funding attached to Culver City United versus Hate Week. I would be willing, because I know money is like super tight right now, although we're not quite sure how tight. But anyway, would rather, or would be open to like not doing as many trainings or panel sessions this year in lieu of creating a campaign around like what being anti-hate or looks like, or being against hate looks like, and having Know Your Rights opportunities either with Vets Edit, because we already have a relationship with them around housing, but just having resources available to our neighbors who are absolutely in crisis. I've talked to folks who are from mixed status families who have expressed fear of just going to the grocery store, going to work. So this is a real thing that is happening around us. So I'm grateful for the quick response and grateful for folks doing what they can to ensure that folks feel safe in our community. Thanks.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. I have really no further questions, but I do agree with the two speakers, Mr. Davis and I forget your last name. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's Ms. Fontine. Thank you. That we should hang off and really ensure that group is part of this conversation moving forward. I think it's really extremely important, especially since everything that we've just gone through. I agree with my colleagues about having general and specific language. I think it makes sense. Other than that, and putting it on buses, and I think really a Know Your Rights sort of campaign out there. Other than that, Mayor, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for the presentation. I love all these ideas that have been recommended so far. Extensions on or information on the buses, posters at the parks, and in council chambers with stakeholders. Churches come to mind as well. The small cards, the Know Your Rights trainings in lieu of some of the anti-hate week, presentations. Another thing is maybe having a list of pro bono attorneys who can provide, information to folks. And then the only thing on the two other anti-hate documents is, and I know this is from the county, but I just noticed that gender identity, and talking about groups or whatever, but gender identity wasn't listed, so maybe if we can include that. But again, making sure that it's consistent would be important. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have no conflict with any of the requests in the motion. I was just wondering, and there's certainly others on this dais that are more, it impacts more. In the sanctuary city policies, does it address, our LGBTQIA community? I've heard reports of federal agents possibly going after violations of, you can confirm, and also I've also heard stories of women who are going to other states for reproductive rights, protections, and is that currently a part of the sanctuary city policy? And I defer to more experienced voices to clarify what I'm saying.
So Sanctuary City specifically deals with immigration status, but we did discuss some of these policies when we talked about reproductive rights and gender affirming care.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe, some of that can be found in the staff report, and then the answers at the time. And I don't want to speak for police department, but it wasn't, it was Lieutenant Belante, Captain Belante, who spoke on that, so we can get you more information on that, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure the PD's policy is not to share that information, but I don't want to speak out of turn.
You can respond, Captain Martinez.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, sir?
Gender affirming care and reproductive rights, oftentimes folks come to cities like California or states like California to receive those types of treatments.
Yes.
Or surgeries, and I've heard that there's federal government has at least talked about tracking those folks down.
Well, we have a policy at the police department. Assistant Manager Mays mentioned, Captain Belante is like the expert on that because he wrote it. So I can touch base with him, but we don't share that information with federal authorities, any other authorities. There's policy in place for that.
If I can add to what you're saying, Mayor, because I appreciate you bringing it up, that was sort of the impetus behind asking for the privacy review, just because, yes, CCPD's policy is not to share that information with those immigration authorities. My concern was there is a practice of sharing it amongst other police agencies who might not have the same privacy provisions that we do, that CCPD does. So that was one of the reasons why I asked for that privacy review, and hopefully that can help us address that issue.
All right, thank you. Okay. City Attorney.
Yes, Mayor. Unless I missed it, I didn't hear any of the council members give direction about the authorizing city attorney to join amicus briefs. There isn't anything pending, but in the event, there's litigation matters that come down the pipeline. Sometimes they're time sensitive. It would be helpful to have direction if the council is interested in supporting those briefs when they are in alignment with our city policies. It would be great to have that broad direction to be able to do that, if the council's interested.
I support that.
I would as well.
I also think I know the policies are coming back, but hopefully, I think there's a space in the, underneath the jail manual, policy 502, that might also be a place that includes some language about gender affirming care. It lists folks with disabilities, special needs, et cetera, and sort of like procedures around it. Immigration detainers and information is there, but that might also be a place that's lifted up. They do, I think this is on 104, says medical problem. So there's multiple places that it might come up. So I just wanted to flag that as well. Also, as a point of clarification, this is going to come back to us one more time when it is combined for additional approval, correct? Okay.
Correct. I mean, it could come back on consent if you're okay with that.
I was hearing from some folks in the community that there might be folks who might want to give a bit more comment. So potentially, if we have the space, Mayor and staff, if we're able to make it an agenda item so folks can make whatever comments that they might have.
I think it'll need to be an action item just because there'll be commenters.
These colors. Sure, whatever the council desires. And Councilmember Puza, I wanted to point out there is gender referred to in the more specific version.
But gender identity?
Gender identity is separate than gender. Okay, I'm learning. I'm always learning. Okay.
Okay. Is City Clerk clear on direction? And if so, would someone like to present a motion?
I'm happy to make the motion, but that was a lot we amended. So we're combining A and B. We're going to ensure that the police policies comes back to for a review on privacy and potential incorporation of LGBTQ, gender affirming care, et cetera. We're going to make sure it comes back as an agenda item. We're including gender identity. We're including potentially, and this would have to be a conversation with HR and the equity team, but potentially in lieu of having more panels for United versus Hate Week, doing some work with Betzedek around, or another partner around Know Your Rights, having cards, doing outreach to stakeholders around this for further amplification on our CC bus and other potentially other common areas like parks and other communal spaces. Are there anything else that I did not list that there was some consensus for? I think I said CC bus. It's okay.
Did you mention the authorization?
Oh, yes, thank you, City Attorney. Yes, an authorization for our City Attorney to sign any amicus briefs that are in alignment with the policies that we're supporting this evening. Oh, I was supposed to press it, sorry. Ha ha.
Okay. I've got a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, and I'm waiting for a second. We have a second from Councilmember Fish. Thank you. Please vote. All members have voted, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Director Stevens.
Gotta remember red. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Had to start? Need to read anything? Had to start? Okay, my name is Ted Stevens, Director of Parks, Recreation, Community Services. Also online, available for questions at the end, is Francisca Castillo, the Recreation Community Services Manager for PRCS. So this morning, we have an item for you. We are going to be providing an update on the age-friendly needs assessment report. And we will be we'll be recommending to the council receive the update on the report, and then if desired, create a related city council ad hoc subcommittee and appoint 2 council members thereto. And third, provide direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. Okay, next slide. So just, I'll go through this quick presentation, which will kind of sum up the needs assessment as well as what's in the staff report, the history and background. So we'll be talking about the community background, the methodology, some key findings, comparisons, top needs, and then our next steps. A little bit on the background. The AARP network of age-friendly states and communities supports the work of local, regional, and state governments as they prepare for the nation's changing demographics. As you know, our country is getting older. As a member of the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities, the City of Culver City has made an ongoing commitment to be more livable for people of all ages and abilities, regardless of age. The arriving force behind this commitment has been the Age-Friendly Action Plan initiative, which began in 2019. And just for clarification, I've been told that there was an ad hoc subcommittee at that time, back in 2019. During the COVID years, the initiative, everything was put on hold, and then it was restarted again last year in 2024. Next slide. Just a couple things from the most recent census about the senior population. Race and ethnicity, 56% white, 18% Asian, 15% mixed race, 18% African American Black, 3% other, 1% Native American, and 20% Hispanic Latinx. A couple more things from the most recent census. Regarding age, 17.3% is 65 and older, 2.8% is 85 and older, and then 13% of the city's population is between 55 and 64. Living status, 6.9% of older adults are living alone. 48.3% of households have an adult that's 65 and over. 14.5% are single senior living alone. And then economic status, 10.8% of 65 and older are below the federal poverty level. Okay, so when we restarted this process again in 2024, one of the things we had to look at was we had 447 surveys that we received back in 2019, and we took the results of those surveys and we wanted to see if they were still valid. And so for our phase one, we were able to retain the services of Nancy Frank. She was our consultant. She actually started the process in 2019, and we were able to retain her again last year to kind of pick up where she left off. So she held 6 community meetings where she had over 44 community members attend. She held interviews with 23 city staff members from all the different departments within the city. And some of the things we got out of those community meetings, the surveys, and interviews was that overall Culver City is a good place to age. Some of the positives that they called out were the senior center, which I believe the mayor mentioned in his work plans during the work plans last week, that it's always packed, it's always busy, no matter when you go in there. The walkability downtown, there was a lot of positives, but there was also some negatives. Some other positives were the social aspects, restaurants and entertainment, free and low-cost transportation. Again, there were some positives and some negatives there. Proximity to other cities and places of interest, access to health care, and the weather, of course. Some of the unmet needs that were identified by the seniors, housing, streets, and I'm going to get into more details here, but housing, streets and transportation, outdoor spaces and safety, social and civic engagement, inclusion and jobs, health and human services, communications, technology, and access to information. So in the housing section, they were concerned about affordable housing for seniors and wanting more low-income affordable housing for seniors specifically. More accessible housing for aging in place. And there's a whole myriad of things that go into that. affordable supported living options. So again, being able to age in place, getting assistance in your home and being able to stay in your home, having your home upgraded so that you can live there safely. Streets and transportation, reliability and safety were some issues that they brought up. More free parking is needed. Too much traffic, and then sidewalks and bike lanes were some issues that they brought up. Okay, outdoor spaces and safety, they were concerned about some maintenance in parks, the bathrooms. They want more benches and shade, which are some things that were actually called out for in our recent master plan. Parks plan was adding more benches and more shade in our parks. Drinking fountains, and then they brought up support and emergency preparedness. Social and civic engagement, inclusion in jobs, outreach to a wider community was important to them. Outreach to homebound seniors. How are we getting in touch with our homebound seniors? Access to information on jobs and volunteer opportunities. Health and Human Services, mental health resources, affordable in-home care, and then planning for healthy aging. Under the communications technology and access, desire of single source resource for new information. They don't want to be looking all over the place for information. They want it to all be in one place. Multiple sources needed for outreach, and then help with technology. So one of the things we noticed, or that the consultant noticed, was that our findings and our needs are consistent with other national, state, and local assessments. I'm not going to go through this whole chart here. It's kind of hard and small to read, but comparing what we came across in our surveys, it was pretty much in line with other local agencies, the state, and national trends. Okay, listing it as highest priority needs, housing, more affordable, more accessible, and continuum of care options for the older adult population. Health and Human Services, isolation reduction, caregiver support, independent living, activities in diverse areas, mental health and case management services. Under transportation, parking, and then having drop-off zones, so that they don't have to walk really far when they do get where they want to go. Outdoor spaces, they wanted benches and shade. And then for communications, again, they want simple source, one spot, and then help with technology. Okay, so those were the results of our needs, of the needs assessment that are all kind of in the report. There's more information in the entire report. And so our next steps are our action planning. Again, potentially an ad hoc subcommittee, gathering key representatives throughout the city, whether it's nonprofits, other organizations, all of the departments in the city that can help with these areas. Identify criteria for prioritizing needs, brainstorm with key players, establish leadership, identify and seek funding, and then establish accountability methods. So those are kind of our next steps that we'll be working on in the coming year. And then, like I said, myself and Francisca is online, are available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers?
We have one.
Okay.
Janice Neal.
Good evening again. I'd like to know if Culver City Bus is going to be an active part in creating same-side stop transfer points and strategically placing those bus stops and the benches and shade, because I can see that for the young and the aged, there are lots of logistical problems with the buses and the stops and things. And also, I'd like to know if there will be multi-generational activities or committees where seniors are not isolated from other age groups. I'd like to know if there will be more interactive participation by seniors in other aspects of the city's functionality and things. Okay, that's all, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let's go with questions. Councilmember Fish.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Director Stevens, for following through on this, and to the consultants who worked on it and everyone. It seems like this is a really needed beginning of a plan for us. And so I'm just curious, like, first of all, the ad hoc subcommittee from 2019, that was created specifically for the purpose of starting this project, is that right? Or was it just
That is my understanding.
Okay.
It was before, I think it was even before Francisca's time, but that is my understanding.
Okay, got it. And it seems like the prioritization seems to be like a really big next piece. I know you identified that in the end, just how do we synthesize all of the things that we want to do and what do we prioritize? Is that a process, like the sort of next steps, is that something that's already kind of defined? Are the consultants in your department going to take the lead on like how to execute the input from those next steps? Do any of those next steps require funding, or is that included in the scope of this project already?
Get this button to work. As far as funding goes, I think it depends what we identify. Like I said, we want to start getting key players together, start having these conversations. And then maybe it's just departments prioritizing certain things within their own work purviews, whether it's housing, human services, parks and rec, public works, transportation, fire, police. I mean, every department, almost every department touches our seniors, and so it's going to be having key managers and players from every department, outside nonprofits, groups, the Culver City Senior Citizens Association will all be getting together to have those conversations to determine what are the priorities, what funding is needed. So I think that's all of that is encompassed.
Thank you. It was great to see that over 80% of the folks you surveyed say that Culver City is an excellent or good place to age. It's
yes.
Encouraging. I don't have any other questions at this time, just thinking through whether, because I know the staff report mentions an ad hoc subcommittee, like in your view, trying to think through this, just in, the way I've kind of thought about it is that we need to have our seniors at the forefront of everything we do, and that's in every committee, right? Like in housing, our seniors are our largest cohort in LA County, at least, falling into homelessness. So we need to obviously have them at the forefront of mobility, which is a committee I'm on, and of everything we're doing, they need to be at the forefront of who we're serving. Do you see, I guess in your view, would the committee continue to focus and shepherd this project through to, I guess it's never complete, but do you view the committee as an essential part of the remainder of seeing this project through? In your view, is that something that you see as an essential part of this, or could that work be collaborating with the existing committees?
I think they would be very valuable to just have that input and that insight, especially if there was two council members that have interest in this. I mean, could we move on without an ad hoc subcommittee? Sure, we could. So I think it's up to the council if there's two council members that are if this is something they're passionate about and want to be involved with, to work with us closely, make sure we're kind of going in the direction, or even just having your finger on the pulse to hear what the seniors and what the departments are trying to do and deal with. So,
thank you. And it sounds like, some kind of forum for that feedback, whether it's a ad hoc committee or something, it sounds like that would be valuable just to continue to hear from our seniors.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Director Stevens. That's it for me.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Thank you for the staff report. Thank you to our speaker and for for the consultants and all the folks that were a part of the process. I think I might have made it to one of those virtual meetings. I can't remember. But grateful for all the work that's gone into it, work that has predated us and work that brings us current. I was very surprised to see that 44% of our survey respondents reported household incomes of less than $50,000. Yeah, so that's huge, and keeping that centered and making sure that, you know, our seniors can afford to stay in Culver City is huge, and that they're not being displaced to other places. So I think this work is really critical. I myself wouldn't run to the subcommittee. I would serve if I needed to. I'm a little stretched right now, but if I needed to serve, I'd be happy to. But I think this data kind of bears out, you know, what we see at LASA, what the data is showing us at the county level, and you know, it's concerning. So grateful that there were some parallels that, you know, while in some ways, you know, Culver City is very exceptional, and in other ways we're falling in line with the trends, the national trends and the trends from across the state. So that's helpful, even in identifying best practices in terms of potential ways to move forward. If we see something that might be working somewhere else, that might be instructive to what we're trying to do. So I say all that to say I'm really excited that this work is moving forward. How we treat our elders, our young ones, our disabled neighbors are really important to how the city feels and how we live out our values. So I'm very dedicated to seeing this process through. It's always going to be a question about funding and how this is prioritized with everything else, but this is very, very important as the senior center, as you mentioned, is popping all the time. And I know that a lot of the seniors are looking forward to senior prom again. So hopefully we can have that be something that we continue to invest in. But at any rate, I am excited about this work. Want to see it move forward and really want us to be responsive to some of this concerning data that was lifted up. And I'm grateful that it was collected. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Ted, thank you so much. Sorry to keep you here to the wee hours of the morning, and we expect you to be back here fresh and early tomorrow morning as well, or this morning. No questions. I'm just looking forward to having the document back. Keep up the great work, you and Francesca. I don't know if there is desire to create a subcommittee or not.
Yeah, let me go through. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor.
Great. Thanks for the report and thanks for the public comment. Just real quick, more outreach is needed to identify, or the report says that more outreach is needed. How do we outreach to older adults? And it said that they preferred one communication source. And what's that preferred source?
I'm going to defer that to Francisca. I know she was working more closely. Francisca, are you still on?
I am. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Vice Mayor. So with regards to the one source, it wasn't identified. It was just streamlining how we communicate, having one specific location, utilizing different channels to interact and educate our community. So it was just in reference to having a specific location.
Okay, thank you. And I just concur with the public comment about more intergenerational engagement. I think that's really important. We have the community college and all that schools, so I think that's a lot of great opportunities, especially with technology and other things. But yeah, this item's really important to me. I know it started with former Mayor Megan Sally Wells and former Mayor Alex Fish carried the baton, and then it got paused, and I attended a AARP seminar with Francisca in Pasadena, and she's incredible. But it's one of the reasons that I worked with her to reestablish the senior prom, to help create a space for older adults to gather with others to feel safe and seen. But that's not it, because it obviously has to be followed up with policy. One of my favorite quotes by Jane Fonda is, "Anyone can be young, but only the lucky get to be old." So I think it's really important, as Councilmember Fish said, to create a city that really prioritizes older adults. Our society tends to be youth obsessed, but investment in older adults now is investment in ourselves because we're all aging, and we want the systems in place to best serve us. So I'd be in favor of an ad hoc committee, and I'd love to serve on it as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Director Stevens and Francisca, for your work on this and those before you. This has become something that's really important to me as well. I'm experiencing with my parents all the things we hear about, and many people have experienced. I think I have a lot to offer. I'd like to be on that subcommittee as well. Everything from education for seniors, for their adult children, to help them navigate things like Medicare. There's definitely a right and a wrong choice in those complicated decisions. Long-term care insurance, with our transportation, drop zones, I know it was mentioned here, and retrofitting households. Are there ways for the city to offer connections or help in those areas? Do we know what percentage of Culver City's senior population are members of the senior center? Do we? Just out of curiosity.
I know you don't have to be a member.
You can just walk in.
Yeah, you don't have to be a resident to be a member.
Right.
What's our membership at now, Francisca? Do you know?
We are around 3,300 members.
Yeah, and I think last year we've been creeping back up. So I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if we got over 3,500 and even closer to 4,000 by the end of the year.
Okay.
But they're not all necessarily residents.
Right, I know that for sure. Yeah, that was back in the, we got funding from the county, which included that we had to provide it for the county. Multi-generational opportunities, I think that's important. I have a friend who does a seniors prom. He's in charge of it, and he's a teacher at the high school, and he brings, he has the high school kids go as well that are interested. It's usually the leadership group, and there's all kinds of studies on how seniors can provide, well, it's reciprocal benefits for young children, passing down that wisdom is good for the children, and that interaction socially for seniors is so important. I think maybe we should also consider, it's so expensive to get proper care for disabled seniors, like I have. And the money runs out if you're not prepared. So just educating, and then maybe I don't know. We're talking about 100% affordable housing. Is there a market for one of our future places to be targeted for seniors? I don't know if that's out there or not, but I think we should look at that as well. So those are just ideas off the top of my head. I was going to hold back to see if I didn't want to overstress your guys' workload to have another subcommittee to deal with, but it sounds like you want that, and I would be excited to be on it if it's okay with my colleagues. I'm happy to do it with the vice mayor and go from there.
Councilmember Moran, would you like to serve on it?
No, thank you. I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you need a motion for this, for the subcommittee, right? That's all we need the motion for? Okay.
I got a motion on the table
Okay.
to receive and then appoint the mayor and vice mayor on subcommittee.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion, sorry, hold on, there we go. A motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor Puza to create the ad hoc age-friendly states and communities needs subcommittee and appoint Vice Mayor Puza and Mayor O'Brien there too. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Any more public comment?
Yes. Denise Neal.
Ms. Neal? Comment for items off the agenda?
Yes, good evening once more. I'd like to know if there's been any follow-through on reaching out and contacting National Core, Front Porch, Caring Housing Ministries, and Homes for Life to help with the Culver Palms, the Jubilo Village, because they have experience. I know that one was planning on expansion efforts, and the other one is a much bigger company that actually finances housing projects. So I'd like to know if you haven't done so, if you could follow through before I reach out to the hedge fund. Okay, thank you. That's all.
I will send you the contact information for folks from San Monica Community Corps, and you can chat with them. And Ms. Lindgren's back there as well. You can say hi to her.
Oh, yes, Disa. Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, any closing comments from council members? All good? All good? Oh, wait.
Just a motion to adjourn. One of our police lieutenants, Frank Augusta, passed away. We can adjourn in his memory, please.
Okay.
All right, I'll make a motion then. I'm sorry, Vice
I just
Mayor.
have one item. As we know, Culver City is in the heart of Screenland, and I recently met with representatives from Sony, Amazon, Apple, Warner Brothers, Discovery, and one of the common denominators is their support of Assembly members Isaac Bryan and Rick Zabur's Assembly Bill 1138 and Senator Ben Allen's Senate Bill 630. And it's legislation designed in collaboration with unions and a focus on diversity to strengthen and modernize the Hollywood film tax credit. So the aim is to keep productions and jobs in California. So I was wondering if I can get nodding heads to agendize a resolution to support these bills.
I would agree to that. There's also language, I also spoke with a couple of those folks as well. Did you, I know we can't get into too much detail, but there's some language specific, maybe we could.
I think this is not related to that, but I don't know, I can't read your mind.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
You can ask to
Family
clarify if it encompasses,
Does it encompass broadening the tax credit to unscripted television shows?
We can include that.
yes, we just need the three nodding heads and.
Okay.
Yes.
Thirded.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
By the way, for the record, 5 nodding heads.
And then motion on the floor for adjourning. I'll second.
Adjourn in memory of Lieutenant Frank Augusta.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Mayor O'Brien to adjourn in his memory. Please vote. The time is 12:54, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.